All right, we're going to need a little bit of time, but bear with me to get my other platform going. You guys know how we do this if you've been watching the show long enough. So, another minute or two, and we'll be starting shortly. Looks like, I don't know if that's crooked. All right, let me go ahead and get the other stream going. Easy Ezra. One of these days, I'm going to fit Easy Ra. Is that how it? Easy Ra, or is it Ezra? One of these days, I'm gonna figure that out because you're one of my first viewers generally. So, want to get your name right, Ezra or Ezra. Let me know. Anyway, give me a minute to get my other stream going, and we'll be operating momentarily. So, uh, enjoy your Easter with your family at church tomorrow. Not Eric, Eric Von Eric. Good evening to you. We won't be going to church, but we will. I will be with family tomorrow. So half of that is true. Half of that is true. And I'm certain I will be saying a few prayers, at least particularly the one you say before you eat dinner, because we're going to be eating good tomorrow. So, well, like I said, we will. So some prayers will be said, but I won't be at church tomorrow. I haven't been to church, man. I haven't been to church just for worship's sake. I don't know, 20, 30 years? It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I actually went to church simply for the sake of worshiping. Now, funerals, weddings, things like that, I have been to church for, but that ain't saying that I haven't said prayers. I've said plenty of prayers, but I have not been in a house of worship. Tenoria, good evening to you on Instagram. Getting the last live stream up here soon, and we should be live in about a minute or so. So, getting the last live stream up. But good evening to folks on Instagram as well as YouTube. Topic is going to be what the program is named. All of the topics, if you just look at the actual what the live stream is named, but we're asking, do you support crimes against humanity? Do you support war crimes? Do you support what President Trump is doing in Iran? Do you support the objective? Maybe you believe what Trump is doing is necessary to keep America safe. So we're asking, do you support what the president is doing? Sent the request to be in your, yeah, I see that. So we'll go ahead and start the live stream. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal, depending on who you ask. Always good to have you folks here with me this pre-Easter. Easter's only a few hours away. As one of my viewers told me, hopefully you guys are going to have, what I want to say, a festive Easter. I won't be at church. Someone mentioned that I will not be at church, but I will. I mean, I don't mind saying a prayer or two. So I'm certain that will take place, but I won't be. By the way, going to church, if I can recall, and I'll admit I haven't been to church in a very long time. Going to church on Easter is probably the most hectic day you can pick to go there. I mean, every when we were children, back in the day when I was a young lad, we would go out and literally buy a new suit to wear to church on Easter. We would literally buy, so you got your Easter Sunday, what they used to call it, your Sunday's best or your Easter Sunday clothing. So you go out and buy a new suit and everything. And there are folks who would literally show up to church on Easter, and that would be the only day they showed up for the year. So I don't know. Say, call it what you want, give it any name what you want, but there are folks that show up to church on Easter, and that is the only day they go to church for the year. And then they go out and buy, an expensive outfit or some flashy outfit to go to church in. That's a lot. We used to dress up for Easter like we used to dress, and I don't think they still do this anymore either. I'm a big fan of going to comedy shows. I've seen a lot of comedians over the years, a lot of black ones as well, mostly black ones. But we used to dress up to go to comedy shows. You know, you go see Steve Harvey or Bernie Mac. I mean, I've seen mostly all of them. You go out and you buy a new outfit. You want when you stand up to go for concessions or when you walk in, on CPT people's time, you want to be seen. So you go out and church is kind of the same way. At least it was growing up in the hood. Church was kind of the same way. You buy some kind of flashy outfit, but hopefully you guys enjoy going to church tomorrow if you are going. How many, by way of yes or no in the comments, people are still filtering in right now. By way of yes or no in the comments, how many of you folks will be at church? Type yes in the comments if you will be at church tomorrow. Yes or no? I know America's still fairly Christian, but we're not as deeply rooted in Christianity as we used to be. But how many of you folks in the comments, yes or no, will you be? There's a whole lot more no's than yes. Wow, I'm surprised. My MAGA viewers must haven't gotten on here yet. Where are my evangelicals? I mean, most of the folks are saying no. I see young curls or young Carl said yes. Very few of you saying yes. Gen X says, I hope so. What do you think you may die before you reach it? What do you mean, Gen X? Stevie D says yes. That's what I said. Wait till my MAGA folks get in here. My MAGA folks are going to be at church tomorrow. I'm assuming MAGA is going to represent properly. Anyhow, Handsome Conservative says, some say he is an oracle. Some say he's the wise man. Some say he's the GOAT. Who the hell would this be? Trump? I say he's the only man who is as humble as I am. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the handsome liberal. I gotta hire you as a hype man. Wow. Let me read that again so I can make sure I don't get it wrong. It sounded really good. Some say he's an oracle. Some say he's the wise man. Some say he's the GOAT. Wow. I say he's the only man who is as humble as I am. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the handsome liberal. God damn, that man is good. Thank you, handsome conservative. God damn, that sounded good. Anyway, so we're going to go ahead and get into the program. Darker tone, of course. Darker tone. And we're talking about this obviously the day before Easter. Do you support, you see what's on the screen above me, crimes against humanity? Do you support crimes against humanity if it will get the job done? I can give you a host of reasons why I'm asking that question, but it'll come out in regards to the actual show. But I'm asking, do you support crimes against humanity if it will get the job done? Make no mistake about it, there's a hell of a lot of countries, and even American citizens, by the way, that do believe what we are doing in more than one location. Not just one place, more than one location. People believe that what we're doing is not akin to, but actually committing war crimes. So I do want to talk to you folks on that. And I give you a clip of something you may have heard about this. Yeah, I got several things I want to run by you in terms of clips, but this one here actually shocked me. It was on Fox News. And just the way they dealt with this story is nothing short of shocking to me. I really can't believe how they dealt with this story. And I'm going to need for my audio to work for you to hear it, though. But this is President Trump taking to social media. The biggest bridge in Iran comes tumbling down, never to be used again. But I want you to hear how they tackle it.
This just in, President Trump issuing a powerful warning shot to the Iranian terror regime moments ago alongside a video. Here's what he said. The biggest bridge in Iran comes tumbling down, never to be used again. Much more to follow. It is time for Iran to make a deal before it is too late and there is nothing left of what still could become a great country. Laura, we're about to see the video here. You see the biggest bridge in Iran. Look at that.
Yeah.
Just tumbling. What a warning.
Now listen to how these journalists, and I'm putting that in air quotes, listen to how these journalists tackle President Trump boasting about taking down the largest bridge in that nation.
What a warning.
Well, by the way, has been something that we've never seen before. The way the president has used videos, footage from all of these different attacks that the United States has done, there in Iran, I think has actually been really powerful. I don't ever remember another president doing this, but when you see that, you see the might of the United States military. You see the consequences of not coming to the table, and you see, the ultimate destruction of a country that is just going to continue. I actually think it's been really impressive to see how the president has continued to send warnings and continued to post videos like this. I think it's pretty masterful.
And he said, Harris, look, I'm going to bomb you into the...
Hang on a second. I have to interrupt this. Folks are saying check the news. Are you guys saying folks are saying Trump is in the hospital or something? Is there, because I got the news on. Is there any validity? Is something going on that I need to know about? Real quick before, I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, all right, because some crazy shit is popping up on the screen, but I do want to continue this. Why you just can't? What does that say? Why you just can't say some people only go to church on Easter Sunday and leave it at that? I think I covered it properly, okay? Some people buy a brand new outfit. Let me continue on, Paul Bill. I don't know where you're going with that.
If you don't come to the table here, if you don't end this.
Yeah, something caught my eye, and it's important to know about this because the IDF today, too, has hit the financial center for how Iran pays in most part for its military. So that is critical to know. That happened in like the last 2 hours. The President Masoud Pezeshkian wrote a letter this week.
So the point I'm making is they seem to be gleeful and think what Trump did with that bridge a couple of days ago was a great thing to do. What the hell is that? What was the military value of taking down their nation's largest bridge? And I got a host of other things before we even get into that. We'll go to James Harper on Instagram. I'm trying to find out, do we support what looks like potential war crimes? I want to make sure I get clarity on this. If I'm overstating it, so be it. James Harper, good evening. Are you there?
What's going on, Tim?
Not much at all. And I see some folks in the comments that were trying to, I guess they were trying to troll and suggest that something had happened to Trump or something. But I got the news on. That would actually appear on here. But
it's been rumors that he's in the hospital because he canceled everything.
Okay, rumored.
Yeah, it's been rumored.
Okay.
Like right now, his people are saying that it's happening.
Well, it was rumored that Netanyahu, when he wasn't around for a while, something had happened to him. And when Trump went golfing last September, they had rumors that something had happened to him then. So, look, I mean, the guy could be actually flying over to meet the troops or something like that. A lot of times, certainly right now, where you got a missing airman, he could literally be on some kind of secret clandestine mission to arrive in one of those countries bordering Iran to just give a pep talk to the troops. I mean, I need to see and hear more before I start going the morbid route. Because this happens a lot of times during war, that the presidents, I believe Obama and Bush, all of them have snuck off. President Biden snuck off and went to Ukraine in the middle of the war. So I'd have to see it before I go that far with it. Because like I said, I got Fox on behind all these cameras, and they ain't saying nothing like that at all. So I know there's no solid evidence to suggest that.
Right.
So the idea of supporting, first of all, let me ask you, is it wrong to state that America may possibly, in some of these different theaters, I'm talking Gaza, I'm talking Venezuela, I'm talking Iran, I'm talking Cuba, is it an overstep to state we may be committing some war crimes? What say you?
The way this regime is going, I wouldn't be surprised if they did try to commit war crimes.
Have you seen anything so far that looks like a war crime from? Now you're calling it the regime. Are you calling the Trump administration the regime?
That's the way they're acting.
Explain. Elaborate. How is the Trump administration behaving like a regime?
They're trying to consolidate as much power as they can. They ignore the law and just act the way in any way they want to.
What?
And every time
What laws have been ignored? And by the way, for my TikTok users, tap the screen, get the likes up to 10,000. We'll take our caller there. Um, what laws has the Trump administration ignored?
For starters, the Epstein Transparency Act, they completely are going against that.
The Transparency Act. So what are you saying? They're not being transparent with the public?
No, they're not being transparent with the public.
He's on TV and on the internet telling us what's happening day by day. What is he not saying that you want to know?
He's not telling the truth, and you know that, Tim. Don't start bluffing already.
Wait. You said you said he's not telling the truth. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, he's not telling the truth, because if he's telling the truth, like things like the job reports and the GDP reports would reflect more how badly the country's doing.
Yeah, but that's not a war crime. That's just
No, that's not a war crime. The war crime is what he's trying to do over there. Talking like right here, attacking a bridge.
yeah. Well, and by the way, when you say he's not being forthcoming or honest with the GDP and some of the economic things, I mean, Biden made it sound like the economy was doing a lot better than people felt and believed too, right?
But he actually had reports. He had actual factual data. These guys changed up the metrics so that it'll look better on how things look.
I don't know. So you're telling me when folks were hurting in this country under the Biden administration and he was indicating that the economy was doing great, you're telling me he was actually telling the truth and the people didn't know?
He didn't say the economy's doing great. He said the economy was coming faster than other countries.
I don't know. To me he made it sound maybe I misheard him or something, but I thought he was indicating the economy was doing well while folks were suffering in this country.
Folks were doing better under him than they are doing right now.
You believe that? So you're telling me Trump took office in January of last year. So he's been in office, I don't know, what is this, the fourth month? So he's been in office about 15 months or so. You're telling me, a couple years ago, folks in this country economically were doing better then under Biden than they are right now under Trump.
Are you using post-COVID to right now?
No, I said a couple years ago. Post-COVID.
Okay, so when he left, we had 500,000 jobs more than we have right now.
Yeah, but what about those who already have a job? We're talking about how much you're paying at the pump. We're talking about the price of a home, the price of a...
You said that because they're paying more now in the pump than when Biden left.
Well, right now I think gas is an average of $4.02 a gallon. I think it's at.
Right, and it never got that. It was never that kind of average under Biden.
It never crossed the $4 range under Biden.
It was a national average was not $4 under Biden.
I thought
areas like California, yeah, it was like that, but not.
Well, we say national average. We say I thought so you're saying under Biden the national average of fuel never went over $4.
No, because when it was, remember, it dropped down. It was like at 380, 375, 380.
And I see in the comments, the family Zoboy says it's 439 now from being 429 in Central Florida. Yeah, but we're talking about the national average. So you're going to have Oklahoma, for instance, is very cheap on fuel. California is very high. We're talking about the national average. But so Biden had to come close to that. Alexa, what was the highest national gas price average under President Biden? I don't know if it picked it up or not. Alexa is fucked up. Alexa, what was the highest national gas price under President Biden?
The highest national average gas price during Biden's presidency was $5.07 per gallon in mid-2022.
What were you saying?
22. That's right where we was at.
I mentioned that the highest
Alexa,
national
stop.
average gas
Alexa, stop. What did you say?
22. That was what? Right? Okay, I was wrong.
That's not only wrong, but that's considerably higher than it is now. That's considerably higher post-COVID. So
Was that when we had the supply shortages?
I don't know, but it is 2022, and Biden won in 2020, so that's well into his term. He came into office would be in January of 2021, and if it's in 2022, that means it's kind of about as far in his term as Trump is right now. So, I mean that doesn't make Biden. So when you say people were hurting more under Trump than Biden, what metric are you suggesting they're hurting in?
How many people are unemployed right now, Sam?
I don't know what the current job numbers are, but you kind
How
of.
many jobs have we lost? How many jobs have we lost since Trump's been in office? How many trade deals have we lost since Trump's been in office?
Yeah, and see, the trade deals, absolutely, because Trump got in office and literally just became a guy who just started breaking all kinds of shit. So there's no denying that we've lost a lot of jobs under Trump. And it's deliberate because, like you said, he's been firing people and ending trade deals. But I still kind of wonder, with Biden's gas prices being so high, if the job numbers weren't.
If he was gaining jobs the entire time, I don't even think he really had lost jobs during his administration.
I don't know. You didn't think his gas prices was over $4. I'm almost scared to ask the device what the job numbers were like.
Because even revised numbers, they still said there was a boom. His numbers are job losses.
Yeah, but there's other metrics like inflation, price of groceries and goods and services. I don't know, but I mean,
inflation right now, Tim.
It was down pretty low, like 3. Well, at one point it was as high as 9, but right now I don't know. Alexa, what is the current inflation rate? Alexa, what is the current inflation rate?
The current U.S. inflation rate is 2.4% as of February 2026.
That ain't bad.
That's what Biden had when he left.
You said what?
Right. 2.4% is pretty manageable compared to where we've been. Shows things are
Alexa, stop. I think Alexa tends to agree that we may not be as bad as you think.
We are bad. How many people are starving right now?
The whole
Medicare, Medicaid thing as well?
Yeah, listen, I don't disagree with some of the metrics you're bringing up, but as you can tell, some of the metrics were indeed still better under Trump. Right?
Some of the metrics are better.
Well, inflation, we've confirmed.
They're trending in the wrong direction.
Well, trending in the wrong direction and being in the wrong direction are two different things. So, I mean, we've now confirmed that gas under Biden was his highest average was significantly higher. Because you heard her say $5.
His highest average, but what was it when he left?
Well, we don't know what it's going to be when Trump leaves.
But we keep comparing Biden's worst to Trump's current.
Well, this is Trump's worst too, though. I mean, right now the price of fuel, if you want to look throughout Trump's 5 years as president, this is his worst. This is his worst right now too. Right?
His 5 years. But there's one thing that you have to take into account. His first 4 years, he had people that told him no.
I mean, I don't.
There's nobody to tell him no or say, Mr. President, we can't do that.
No, I don't disagree I agree with you. He's surrounded by loyalists. In fact, he got rid of one of the most loyal individuals you could ever have in Pam Bondi just this week. But I'm just saying the metrics under Trump, when you compare them to Biden, they don't look that bad. And I'm comparing when we're talking about Biden's worst, I'm using Biden's worst because right now we're dealing with Trump's worst. He has had better numbers than what we're dealing with now.
He had better numbers going into what he had now.
You said what?
He had better numbers when he first got into now.
I mean, he had better numbers when he had better numbers throughout his first term than now too. I mean, gas was not.
I'm talking about the second term. I'm not even counting his first term. I'm just talking about here and now. What he's been doing. The difference between him and Biden is his direct actions is causing these issues we got now.
Well, depending on who you ask, you could make that argument with Biden too, because some folks are going to say his handling of the border, a direct action of him not doing enough on the border, or
That didn't cause that the border didn't cause inflation or anything like that. And if they try to use that, that didn't affect the economy.
well, like I said, it depends on who you ask, because folks are going to say that some of the things Trump is doing is not hurting us, but better, or to some degree, they would even say it's helping us. Like folks believe that preventing Iran from becoming a nuclear nation will greatly benefit this country.
Iran never had the capability to do anything to us directly.
That ain't what Netanyahu says.
Okay, Netanyahu also said that Iraq had WMDs and that the people that did 9/11 was in Afghanistan.
He might have made a mistake once or twice.
And Netanyahu been saying that same thing, that they're 2 weeks to a few months away from having that bomb for 30 years.
Okay, maybe 3 or 4 mistakes. I mean, he may have made a few mistakes.
3 or 4? The mistakes that he made cost us thousands of American lives because we went off the intel that he was doing.
Well, I still got folks to this day, James, that actually believe that Saddam Hussein did have weapons of mass destruction. There are people who still believe that, and some suggest he was able to get those out of the country before the attack happened.
And if he was able to get them out of the country, where did he put them? If he had them, don't you think he would have used them?
Not always. Not always. I mean, like we're talking about Iran. If they had got a nuclear weapon, they would use it. We would have said the same language about Kim Jong-un before he actually got the nuclear weapon. Kim Jong-un has nuclear weapons and he's not using them.
Kim Jong-un, I believe, would actually try to use it because he's the type of person that he wants to hurt somebody. He wants to damage one of his enemies, whether it be Japan or South Korea. One of them is going to get it.
Here's what I don't get is we believe all these rogue countries are capable of using nuclear weapons on innocent people. Meanwhile, we're posting pictures of people getting killed with cartoons and hip hop music, and we're blowing up bridges and celebrating the death and putting people in the dark. To me, we come across as more rogue. We come across as more rogue than any of these nations. We're the one that are actually killing people and saying, well, we got to kill you before you kill innocent people.
I agree with you. The U.S. has become that because you know why? We become complacent and arrogant because we don't have these issues in our backyard. We don't deal with somebody bombing us all the time and things like that.
So what do? We get. So we don't have people in our backyard bombing us all the time. So what do? We get bored and go to somebody else's backyard and bomb them?
No, we get people in charge that figure out like, hey, if we change this regime, then we can get access to these resources that this country's got.
I don't know. And real quick in the comments, folks are still pushing. I see pushing that rumor. Big Slim says, I heard Trump was in the hospital, Walter Reed. Like I said, I got Fox affiliate on, and the tickers, they're talking about the missing pilot in Iran. There's a scrolling ticker. That hasn't been verified. If that comes out as verified information, that will pop up on every cable news outlet. That has not been verified information. It's at this point, it's got to still be in the rumor stage because that might even break into the local affiliates, your ABC, CBS, NBC, whatever they're airing this Saturday night. It would probably interrupt that as well. So I don't think that's not been confirmed yet. That's just a rumor. But
we going to address this today?
You said what?
Why did Trump supposed to be doing like some kind of address?
Yeah, he canceled some shit. But like I said,
that shit that he was doing today.
Huh?
He canceled everything he was supposed to be doing today.
It could be something serious. I'm not denying that, but like I mentioned earlier, the presidents have snuck out of the country during wartime to go be with the troops. I mean, it could be a host of things.
We both know Trump ain't going nowhere near them.
I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, as a show of strength, which is something Trump loves to do, he could possibly sneak over to Kuwait or Bahrain or one of our allies in the region and show support. You don't think there's any chance Trump would do that, huh?
He didn't do
We weren't at war in his first term, were we?
Yeah, we were still fighting in Afghanistan during his first term.
I mean, the guy went to North Korea's demarcation line. I mean, he did that. So why wouldn't you think he would do this?
That was a publicity stunt.
All of these are publicity stunts. When Biden went to Ukraine and met with Zelensky, there's always going to be a publicity stunt in it.
But it wasn't as big of a risk that something might happen to him and going to South Korea to meet with their leader than going to Afghanistan.
Depending on who you ask. Well, and I will say what Biden did was probably more riskier than any president did because he went to Ukraine and they were walking down the streets of Ukraine in the middle of a war. That probably was the most riskiest move of any president I've seen, going to a war zone or going near the enemy during time of war. I mean, they put him on a train, I think. He didn't even fly. He was on a train. I mean, like he really could have been, he really could have lost his life. What'd you say?
Obama went to Iraq.
No, I'm saying Biden went to Ukraine.
I know. I'm saying, like Obama did it too.
Yeah. Well, but the Ukraine is dealing with Russia. To me, going to Iraq where we control the airspace and all of that shit, we didn't control the airspace over Ukraine. That's what makes Ukraine significantly different. It's because Russia controlled, the enemy controlled the airspace. And you got the president on the ground there. So you can't, if you're flying American jets over that area, then they would know something's going on. So he was really at the mercy of just hiding out and making sure nobody knew where he was at. That was pretty bold of Biden to do that.
I mean, he was showing how important of an ally he wanted to be to Zelensky.
No doubt about that. Well, Trump has reversed that. So before I move,
reversed a lot of shit.
But so, and I see the comment. Somebody, Debbie is also saying, I don't believe Trump would do anything like that. So you don't think there's any possibility that Trump may go to the war zone to show support for the troops?
You're talking about a man that didn't want to stand outside for a military parade because it was raining and didn't want to wet his head. You really think he wants to go somewhere where it's a position that he might get shot at?
Well, listen, because we've had 3 aircraft get taken down, I believe, yesterday or whatever, and the war effort is not polling well. Look, this could be something he would do to increase morale, maybe try to rally his poll numbers.
What he'll do is he'll send one of his people out there, but he won't go out there.
So you mean like send Vance or Rubio?
Vance, Rubio, Hegseth.
Well, Hegseth is military. It's his, to some degree, it's his job to do it. But I don't know. I think Trump is capable of doing that just for the photo op, if only for the photo op.
No, he's not. He's not even going to have like a 10% chance of something happening. He's not going to do that.
Well, he is the hottest target in the region. All right, James. So, but in terms of war crimes, you're not certain we're committing any.
I didn't say we're not committing any. I know for a fact they want to, because you hear them talking about it all the time. They want to do these things because these are people who've never actually been in a fight before, so they don't know the horrors of what they're trying to do.
Well, Pete Hegseth would absolutely know what a war crime is. He was in the military. I mean, he's been taught the code of the military code.
He's been in the military, but he hasn't been in that position of leadership where he has to like choose people's lives and things like that.
I mean, he's a major. He has some subordinates. What was his rank? A major or a sergeant major or something?
Not to the point of where we at right now. A major is not even like in charge of, like, at best he's in charge of a position. He's not in charge of an entire unit.
Fair enough. All right, James, I got to move on. And I do see some folks asking what war crimes. We'll cover that on the other side. James, thanks for coming through.
No problem.
Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. I am going to ask you guys to tap the screen, get the lights on up, if you will. And real quick, in regards to what war crimes? Wow. First of all, I'll bring up the threats, such as him threatening to bomb the water supply of Iran, the desalination plant. So you're making it so that the citizens have no fresh water. That would be a war crime. He hasn't done that, but he's made the threat. Also, he's made the threat to bomb their largest electric power plants, which would propel the country into the dark. He hasn't done that, but that is a threat that could constitute as a war crime. Now, the bombing of the bridge in Iran, there were 8 killed during that. He bombed Iran's largest bridge and bragged about it on the internet a couple days ago. Why would that's not a military target? He hasn't stated how that target is of any military value whatsoever. Now we're into the war crimes. This is what actually happened. We can go in a million different directions in regards to whether or not Iran got their hands on a Tomahawk missile and bombed their own elementary school full of girls. We're talking war crimes. But President Trump indicated that he believes Iran bombed their own school. By the way, if you're currently watching us on YouTube, I need you guys to smash that like button. I don't know what's going on YouTube, but certainly help out the program. Tap that like button. It doesn't cost you any damn thing. Helps out the algorithm. Need you to do that if you're watching on YouTube. Also, the comment of bombing Iran back to the Stone Age. That would absolutely be a war crime. Because you're not just hitting military targets at that point. That would have to be apartment buildings, people's homes and residences, hospitals, churches, shops, or mosques, whatever. Obviously, bombing the country to the Stone Age does not just involve hitting military targets. 3 of these are just promises. Stone Age promise or threat of bombing them to the Stone Age, the desalination plant, and the electric power plants. But we're talking war crimes. Now, Iran is not the only place we're going to discuss this stuff. Obviously, the nation of Cuba has been thrust into darkness by the United States as well. We're not even at war with Cuba. So why would he place an energy embargo on Cuba? Cuba is not making any threats to the United States, anything. They're not a sponsor of terror. Why did we all of a sudden ban energy from going to Cuba? That absolutely would likely fall under the category of some kind of crime against humanity. No doubt people died from him doing that. Why? What was the purpose of doing it? I don't like who is leading this country, so I'm going to make sure all of the citizens are in the dark, have no energy, folks that may be in a hospital on machines that are keeping them alive. We're going to cut all of that stuff off because we don't like the guy you have running your country. That probably would constitute as a war crime. They didn't do anything wrong to America. We just decided we didn't like how the country was being ran, so we were going to bestow some serious punishment, not just upon the military, but on every citizen in that country. So Cuba probably does constitute some kind of crime against humanity. Not only Iran, not only Cuba, Venezuela. I've mentioned this several times. The bombing of the drug boats. First of all, we haven't seen any proof that the boats were drug boats. If you can prove that they're capable of carrying drugs, then you got to prove that they actually were carrying drugs and that their destination was America. We've seen no evidence of that whatsoever. So, is it not? We don't know. I don't know what we're talking about, but TikTok just did something with the app. I don't know if somebody reported it or whatever, but the TikTok app, let me see if I can appeal. TikTok, the censorship on TikTok is bad. It's real bad. Let me see if I can wait till all of these notifications go by, but it says misinformation. What if we said this wrong so far? I'm telling you what has actually happened. So I'll put it in appeal. Like I said, TikTok has gotten to the point where the censorship is horrible. Let me see here. I'm just going to see. We'll see what happens. If not, it is what it is. But in addition to the drug boats, we're talking about the drug boats. Whether or not the boat was carrying drugs and its destination was America. We've seen no evidence of that whatsoever. So, and that's the first thing. But the double tap is really notable because we bombed what we perceive as a drug boat, And then there were people allegedly holding on to the wreck. Well, not even allegedly, because Hexef admitted it. They admitted a double tap happened. So then they bombed the folks that were in the water, stragglers holding on to the wreckage. There's no way that's not a war crime. I always use the example, if one of our ships took out an enemy ship and the people were, displaced into the water and they're holding on to the wreckage, you can't strafe the people that are floating in the water. We did that. We actually did that off the coast of Venezuela. That is a war crime. I don't see any way, shape, or form how that doesn't go down as a war crime. That absolutely is a war crime. The double tap off the coast of Venezuela. And then, of course, in addition to Venezuela, Cuba, and Iran, President Trump has talked about taking ownership of Gaza, and the people of that country can no longer come home. Gaza hasn't done anything to America. There is no reason for a U.S. president to be suggesting that he's going to own Gaza and the people cannot come home. So there's a lot to unpack here. So when folks ask, well, what war crimes? I don't see how all of that can get a pass. I definitely believe there's some of that in there does not look good. Anyway, I'm going to look into the comments because of what happened with TikTok. Fuck, TikTok is getting really bad. It's getting really bad that we can't even, somebody mentioned this is what happens when Trump takes over the app. I don't know. Because TikTok was heavy on censorship before the Trump guys took ownership of it. But it has not gotten better. It absolutely has not gotten better. He allied with another country and brought us into this war. True. But there are rules in war. Countries do ally. What is the country that has allied with Belarus? Belarus allied with Russia in the Ukraine war. But becoming an ally doesn't automatically excuse war.
You offered the part opposite.
Doesn't excuse war crimes. And that's what we're talking about. So we have to do it from the comments, apparently. What about the children's lives Trump ended? Fuck a border agent. Who cares about them? What do you mean children's lives? I don't know what that one is. Gangsta grandma is on next. Well, right now, the way the app is going, I may not be able to do anything. You're against all this stuff MAGA has done, but you still support and have his pictures on your wall. He is the president. It's not about support. I do respect the office. I don't respect everything Trump does. I don't respect committing the act of war crimes whatsoever. I don't favor that at all. And I do believe there's a case to be made that we have committed some war crimes under Trump. And not only have we committed some, but in my opinion, he's threatening to commit some more. You don't know what is in the comments. It's owned by a huge small hat MAGA. What does that say? Don't know what that means. Israel, you are saying I have a mixed opinion, to be honest, but your Mussolini standpoint might be a far reach, in my opinion. But you offered your, what is a Mussolini, unless you guys are talking amongst each other as well. Let me ask it to you, folks. Do you guys think I'm getting this wrong? Do you think, yes or no, do you think our country, our administration may have committed some war crimes? Let me know in the comments, yes or no. Because I absolutely do. Granny going to get you banned. It wasn't Granny's fault today, Teddy. It was not Granny's fault today. We're talking war crimes. I see Brian says no. So can we justify war crimes to achieve war-related goals? I don't even know if what we're doing will achieve the related goals. Because, to be honest with you, I don't know what the fucking goals are. That's a good question. Someone asked, can we justify war crimes to achieve war-related goals? Here's the problem. President Trump has changed what constitutes as the goals constantly. When we went to Venezuela, it was all about stopping fentanyl. You ain't heard Trump say nothing else about fentanyl since we put in a favorable administration. You think a $1 billion trade, like a $1 billion business like fentanyl, you think that's went away because we bombed about a dozen boats? You think a $1 billion drug trade like fentanyl has went away? So I personally believe that Trump is giving goals that are not the actual goal. He's just saying what he can to tug at the heartstrings to get authorization to go in and do what he wants to do. And by the way, TikTok is back up now. So the appeal went through successfully. So we're back on TikTok as well. But when we went into Venezuela, it was all about the citizens of Venezuela and Maduro not being not being he was an illegitimate leader or whatever, and they were the biggest I don't know, creator of fentanyl or something like that. After we bombed about a dozen boats and changed their leadership, we left. You think if that country was producing fentanyl, you think they stopped 100%? Not to mention all the other countries in the region that is probably that is probably producing more than Venezuela. So his stated reasons for these conflicts is not even accurate. The same thing with Iran. It was all about protesters, remember? Protesters that were being taken out by an evil regime. Now all of a sudden we're blowing up bridges and talking about taking them back to the Stone Age. You think the protesters favor what we're doing over the Ayatollah? You think them, America blowing their country up and posting videos and laughing about it and implementing cartoons with, you think the protesters think that's better? So I don't know. And I see in the comments people are still saying word is he's in the hospital. I haven't seen any evidence of that on the cable news outlets that Trump is in the hospital. So until I see that, I can only go with that being a rumor. Like I said, I got on Fox. They would let you know that. They're not even telling you there's rumors he's in the hospital on. And I'm not watching Fox News. I'm watching one of the affiliates, but it is a news outlet. I'll switch over to News Nation and see. Probably the further left you go, the more you'll hear about it. Because there's plenty of folks on the left that are hoping for his demise and would love to hear that he's in the hospital. So probably the further left you go, the more you're going to hear these rumors. I would assume MS Now is probably talking about it as a whole segment, but on the Fox affiliate, it's not even running on the ticker. It's not being mentioned at all. So let me just bring up News Nation while we're talking. But looking in the comments here, we are back on TikTok. We'll go straight to the family Zoboy. Good. Well, I just did an invite. I didn't mean to do that. It's actually the handsome conservative we'll bring up. Good evening, handsome conservative. Can you hear me? Hang on. Let me turn up because I had a screw up over here and I had to turn the audio down. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. War crimes. Do you see any reason to suggest that we may be committing war crimes?
Well, first of all, I would like to answer your first thing that you asked when you first came on. About Easter and who's going to church. You wanted the MAGA, or yeah. Not me.
Really?
Not me.
I'm surprised.
Absolutely not. No. I'll see if this rings a bell, because you said you used to go to church when you were a kid, right?
Yep.
Where there is one or more, there you will find me also. Do you remember that passage?
Where there's one or no, I don't.
Okay, that means if you were having a discussion with somebody else about Christianity, Jesus is there also. God is there.
In other words, you don't need to go to church to worship.
The people are the church. The building is not the church.
Right.
I don't go to church because church has become worldly. Church has become politics. That's not what I went to church for. So I wanted to make that clear. There are people out there like me, nothing wrong with going to church, but there are people out there like me that absolutely want nothing to do with what church has become.
Yeah, but I don't get when you say church has become worldly, church has become politics. When has it not been that?
I mean, no, not like this, Tim. Dude, I had a pastor stop his sermon and get into why you should vote for Trump or why you should vote for Kamala. Okay. At this point, if it's not about the Bible, I want nothing to do with it. That's what I'm saying.
Amen to that. But
I will answer anything else you want, but I know you like that entrance I gave.
Well, and I'll say amen to what you're saying, but I don't think that church just got into a political form. I mean, I know when Hillary Clinton was running, they were talking about her going to black churches. Church and politics have always. I don't think it's become. I don't think it's become. I think Jesse Jackson was. Go ahead.
When I was growing up, we went to church and we learned about the Bible. We had Bible study. It was always about what was in the Bible. It wasn't about what was who was voting for who or who was doing what. It was just normal church. It's not like that anymore. I don't have anything to do with
Okay, fair enough.
that part anymore.
Yeah.
But no, that's from a religious man. I'm just being honest with you. You asked.
No, I appreciate your candor. I appreciate your candor, but in my opinion, church has always been political. I mean, you know, I don't think it's ever. In fact, we went from having politics.
It has been.
What?
On the news, it has been very political. Like you said, you used to see Jesse Jackson and all of that. That's when it started becoming political. The president would be there, or the vice president would be there, or some speaker on something that had nothing to do with religion would be there. It turned into a mess.
I don't know any period in my lifetime where church was not political. I mean, I think it's literally always been that way. And I'm Gen X. It's been political the whole time I've been around.
I'm Gen X too. I'm 53 years old. Trust me. I've been around for a while myself. So I'm just saying, dude, it's not what it should be. It's what people are bringing their politics. They're bringing their political views in there. It's not for me. It's just.
I get it.
I prefer studying the Bible. I prefer talking to people one-on-one or a group of people outside of the church. That's for me. That's why I said where there's one or more, there he is also.
I get it. I just think the only difference between what you're saying and what I'm saying is you believe it's getting political. I believe it's always been that way. I mean, even Martin Luther King was working with politicians. I mean, and he was a reverend. I mean, I think it's always been that way. The further you go back, probably the more political it was. I mean, I just think it's always been that way.
Just give me an old-fashioned church where it was thumping the Bible and talking about the Word. That's church to me.
Yeah.
But all right. What's the topic today, dude? Because I just wanted to answer that for you.
We're talking about war crimes. Is it wrong to suggest that Trump may have been involved in crimes against humanity?
I think all presidents have been involved.
We're not talking about all presidents. We're talking about this one.
Well, for right now, I would say I don't know that he's done anything. Have we done?
How could you go?
Wait, I haven't heard.
How could you go from all presidents? Wait. How could you go from all presidents? You think all presidents have done it, but then when I focus on Trump, well, I don't think he's done it just yet.
He's done the same as every other president. He's at war, so technically, I guess that could be a war crime.
Yeah,
has he done anything specifically that you're asking this for?
Well, first of all,
is there something new?
Yeah. Why is Cuba? Why do we have an energy embargo on Cuba? What the hell has they done to us?
I do not know what's going on with Cuba. I've been watching everything about Iran, dude. I've been all in on the Iran war. Honestly, I don't know anything about Cuba.
Why do we do why do we do a double tap on a boat off the shores of Venezuela in international waters? Why would we bomb people that are holding on a wreckage?
Are you talking about that boat that the submarine hit?
No, I'm talking about you haven't heard about the double tap?
I have not. I've really been watching the Iran war, dude. I'm sorry. I've been watching what's going on Al Jazeera News.
Okay. Well, it's hard to really then tackle the subject. There's a whole lot of very big topics that have happened since Trump has been president that you sound like you're not aware of. So it's kind of hard to have a conversation because you don't know if you don't know that he blocked oil from going to Cuba. If you haven't heard that, I mean, I don't know.
Oh, blocked oil from going to Cuba. You're talking about when, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm having a brain fart. I apologize. Yeah, I'm on board. I got you. No, I don't think that's a war crime.
So putting the country in complete darkness and the country's done nothing to you at all. Now, keep in mind, that's all citizens. So that means they can't use the refrigerator to keep their meat refrigerated or their food refrigerated. They're in a tropical climate. They have no air conditioning, any of that. That's everybody. That's not the military. Why would he do that? How was that not a war crime?
I don't know why he wouldn't do that, but he's not bombing them, right? He's not like carpet bombing them or taking them out, killing them or anything like that, right?
Yeah, but you would agree that a war crime doesn't have to involve weapons, right? I mean,
I don't know.
Honestly,
I don't. I think a war crime is doing something that like carpet bombing a city or something like that. I consider that a war crime.
What if I
don't know why he's taking the oil.
What if I cut off the fresh water supply to your country so you can't get fresh water? Is that a war crime?
If that's the only way to hidden infrastructure, I think is okay. Taking out like city blocks, like we did with Japan, I think that's a war crime.
So
Japan, the one we hit with a nuclear weapon, or the A bomb.
So taking out infrastructure for the citizens where have you heard that? Why would you prevent the people from having fresh drinking water?
Well, are you trying to put an end to the war fast? If you want to put an end to the war, you got to take out the infrastructure.
Then why stop at that? I mean, why not carpet bomb or why not use biological weapons? Why not use a nuke? You want to put a war? You want to put an end to it fast?
Because then you're attacking the people directly. If you take out the infrastructure, it's like cutting the head off a snake. It's putting an end to the danger, to the threat.
You said if you it's like attacking the people directly. You don't think cutting off the fresh water supply is attacking the people directly?
Not if you're trying to put an end to the war and the other side is just trying to keep it going. No, I think the infrastructure is a legitimate target.
I don't get why you would be okay with that and all of a sudden you think carpet bombing is off limits. I mean, starving.
Because that's two different things. One, you're physically attacking the people. The other one, you're attacking a building. You're cutting the not supply chain. I'm thinking of the strait. You're taking out you're taking out not the people.
Okay, so to me, this is the example I've used before, is that you walk into a room where somebody's on life support, and you can either plunge a knife into their chest or unplug the machine. According to you, if I just unplug the machine, that's okay because I'm attacking the machine. I'm not actually attacking the person. I mean, you're still killing them. If you make somebody dehydrate and die of thirst, you're not carpet bombing them, but what you're doing is going to kill citizens.
You can rebuild a water plant. You can't rebuild a human. You see what I'm saying? A human is alive. A building is not alive.
No,
a building is a target. People shouldn't be carpet bombed. I'm separating the two.
So are you okay with
building or people?
What about Agent Orange? Let's say, for instance, you drop chemicals on all of the agriculture so they can't farm or grow food. Is that okay?
No, you're attacking. I don't. Agent Orange. I think that's a chemical that burns the skin, isn't it?
Yeah, but what if you don't drop it on any citizen? You just attack farmland.
If you're not dropping, well, I don't know why we would do that, but if you're not dropping it,
it went in war quick. You don't want them to have drinking water. You don't want them to have food.
Well, I mean, I like I said, we talked about this before. I told you, I think attacking infrastructure is one thing, but carpet bombing or dropping bombs on housing and people are two different things. That's not the same thing.
Yeah, I'm under the impression that if it's not a military target, conservative, you have no business attacking it. I mean, if you're attacking
If it's
infrastructure, if
the
you're
only
attacking,
way to put an end to the war, if it's the only way to if you've taken out their ships, if you've taken out their planes, if you've taken out the usual targets, and they're still going on and they're still fighting, you have to pick another target. That leaves the electric and the water treatment. That's all that's left.
but to be honest with you, there's no guarantee that taking out the water treatment or electricity is going to end the war, because the military is going to have their own stuff. So the primary victims of doing that is going to be innocent civilians. It's probably not going to be the military.
Remember this: people over there have lived long before there was electricity. People over there have lived a lot longer before there was water treatment plants. It's not the same as killing all the people. They have done it before. Everybody has done it before. We didn't always have electricity. We didn't always have water treatment plants.
Okay, I don't get that. Thank you, Sexy Red. I appreciate that. But no, we haven't always had electricity. So I just tend to think if we had a terrorist come to America and blow up a desalination plant, I think our mindset about that would be totally different. I just think look, your argument that they want to end.
Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way for you. Let's say a terrorist came over here, like you said, and attacked the water treatment plant. I would rather that than 9/11. Do you see the difference?
I see the difference.
They went right for the people. They went right for the people. A water treatment plant can be rebuilt.
Yeah, but what about all? You can't rebuild the people that die of starvation, can you? Or of dehydration, rather. You can't rebuild the people that died of thirst.
I don't think they would die of thirst. How'd they die? Did they die of thirst before they had water treatment plants?
I'm sure some of them did.
There's obviously ways to get water.
That's like saying if you get rid of defibrillator. Well, we ain't always had a defibrillator. So I mean, did they die? Of course, some of them did die. I'm sure before they came up with desalination plants, the life expectancy was probably less.
We're going to agree to disagree on this one, but I don't want to get your channel taken down. Okay. So I'm going to respectfully I don't want a rehab of yesterday. Although I did earn you a galaxy, but I don't want a rehab of yesterday.
All right, fair enough. So, we'll move it on. All right,
but yeah, you have a good day.
You too. Thank you. Appreciate you coming through. And that was a different take. I would certainly like to. He's defending taking out infrastructure as opposed to carpet bombing. Maybe some of you folks agree. I'd have to hear from you folks, but to me, dying is dying. In fact, if I'm going to perish, I'd rather go out 9/11 style than die of dehydration or starvation, because the death is longer and more painful. Take me out instantly. I don't want to go through that. I mean, so I don't know why he's saying one is there. And I see in the comments, Tamar says if you take out the infrastructure like water power, it is the equivalent of dropping a nuclear bomb. Well, certainly not according to my last guest. Tap the screen. Thank you, Gangster Grandma. I appreciate you folks. I help you boy up with the hat and mustache and TikTok cap goals. We had a small amount of, what do you want to call it? The app went down for some bullshit, but we're back. We're back. Speaking of which, Sexy Red, good evening.
You better not flood tonight. I'm intoxicated and high. So don't get me on my bad side.
Okay, I'm asking you to help us not lose the live as well.
That wasn't me. Okay, you need to tell your white tea people, you need to tell your white tea people quit reporting. Because now it's telling us that we're reporting.
Oh, I didn't see that. I don't get that on my
telling
side.
people. Now they're saying that I got reported for bullying and I wasn't bullied. Snow roaches.
Well, they said you did use the RE word.
No, I did not. That wasn't me that used that word.
Well, I'd have to go back through the archives and
And I
listen.
have it, but they got me. Okay, so TikTok got me. They said that me, of all people, are anorexic. TikTok said I am anorexic. I'm a size 14. How am I anorexic, for God's sake?
Well, listen, you do say, I think you've called me fat a million times. So maybe they think, well, then maybe they think you have something against people that are overweight.
Technically, I don't. Well, I was a fat ass. What the hell are you talking about?
I'm just saying.
I love me some cornbread and stuff.
I'm just saying, if they're using AI, they may have come to the
not be a puppet tonight.
Wait. They may have come to the conclusion that you body shame a lot.
I really don't body shame because I was a big girl and now I'm a size. I don't body shame because I like this. I don't. When I was a big girl, I lost over 200 pounds. I'm still a big bitch. You know what I mean? I'm a size 14. I'm still a BBW. I'm a small.
That ain't what I'm saying.
I know, but I don't body shame. That's what I'm saying. I don't body shame.
I get what you're saying, but I'm saying if they're using AI,
TikTok is white tea right now.
I'm just if they are using AI, your words read just like somebody. You were body shaming according to AI for certain.
I know. AI thinks we body shaming. AI thinks we're doing everything. But you know what? That's funny is that they keep the racist people on TikTok. The white tea people call us N-words and everything else. They still on the platform. We call them snow roaches or saltines.
I have never ever heard of the term snow roaches until I started talking to you. I've never heard that before.
Because they insulted the snow bunnies. Snow bunnies are fluffy and they're cute. I have snow bunnies at my ranch. You feel what I'm saying?
What's wrong with it?
They're cute.
Hey, what's wrong
so
with
I
this?
call them snow roaches.
What's wrong with
this? They just multiply. They never go away.
Ain't nothing wrong.
Can't even get rid of their asses.
Actually, ain't nothing wrong with a snow bunny. I get what you're saying. They are fluffy.
There's a whole lot wrong with a snow bunny. Don't get it going. We got chocolate bunnies. I'm a chocolate bunny all day. Honey, I love me some chocolate bunnies. But unfortunately, the snow roaches, they got
No, but let me ask you, now that we don't went down this crazy ass road, what is wrong with a snow bunny? What's wrong with a snow bunny?
I don't mess with my colonizers.
You've been colonized?
We have been colonized.
How?
We have been pew-pew. We have been pew-pewed, colonized. We have been tortured. We have been raped. We have been fed to the gators. Well, what else you want us to do?
I mean, can we discuss something that happened in the 2000s? You've been colonized in the 2000s?
We have been unalived by the popo. You gonna fight me on that, mofo? Are you gonna fight me on that? You're a puppet to the white tea man.
This ain't got nothing to do with
puppet to snow roaches.
This ain't got nothing to do.
Tim.
This ain't got nothing to do with being a puppet to the white man. But I'm just saying you're adding some things in there that I'm not aware has happened in the last century and some of this stuff.
You know what, Tim? Redlining is still going on, Tim. Stop with the BS shit. Stop with all the racism's not here no more. The racism is loud and proud right now. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about
We're still getting it. The W-backs. I can't say it. The W-back is 2026. They're coming after brown people. Please, cut the bullshit out.
I'm not. In fact, not only am I not speaking bullshit, I'll let President Trump handle it.
Let's talk about George Floyd. You said George Floyd's death was a terrible thing. Why are African Americans still dying at the hands of law enforcement in this country?
And so are white people. What a terrible question to ask. So are white people. White people, by the way.
According to Trump,
Go to the other side.
Trump says more white people are dying by police. So you sure you got that one right?
Okay, let me tell you something. When white tea people get unalive by the po-po, they got pew pew or they're doing some F shit. When black and brown people get unalived, 99.9% of them do not have a pew pew. Like my brother had a phone. Like the guy, I forgot his name, rest in peace. He had a pew pew in the glove department. He told them, and they still pew pewed him. Then Brianna, that motherfucker's fixing to go walking. She was in her own damn house doing nothing. So miss me with the BS shit. And let me tell you something. When the pew pew's going off, when the white tea man goes off and goes to our churches and stuff and pew pewing our asses, where are they? They'd be walking the hell out. But if it was one of our black asses, we'll be unalive by the po-po.
I think what you're saying is inaccurate. You said when white hold on. You said when hold on. Let me give you clarity. You said when whites are pew pewed by police, they're actually doing something wrong. You said when blacks 99.9% of the time they don't have anything on them. That is completely false. There's a hell of a lot of blacks that are armed when they.
And 1% of them have something going on.
1%.
So are you telling me that my brother deserves to get pew pewed? Cut the fluff and I'll get the cock out your mouth.
1%.
You're still fat.
1%. 1%. 1%.
I don't know, about 1 or 2%. It's not as much as. Let me tell you something. It really isn't as much as you think it is, Tim.
It's
And
way.
then we get incarcerated. No, let me tell you, Tim. And then we get incarcerated more. And then for what, Tim? For the white man, the white tea man can do the exact same crime, right? And the black man goes up for higher charges than the white tea man. Are you gonna tell me I'm lying?
I think you're crazy. I think that there's.
I think that you need to quit drinking the bleach and quit getting the cock up your ass without the fucking.
Okay, wait a minute. This is what now you're bullying. Now you're bullying. Now you're bullying. You're bullying.
Let me tell you something. You are oxy damn.
You're bullying.
Here we go.
You're doing it again.
I'm not bullying shit. I'm fixing to knock you the fuck out.
Now I'm gonna have to silence you. You are saying stuff that's going to trigger it.
Okay, I gotta be quiet.
You're threatening violence. I mean, what do you think the app is going to do?
Oh, and the white man does that all the time. What are you talking about? Really?
I'm just telling you, threatening violence and blaming it on a white man. Who the hell are you, George Floyd? I mean, you can't threaten violence and then blame it on some other race.
Why did you bring George Floyd in this shit?
Okay, let me tell you first of all, and I want to respond.
Oh, that's fucked up. You truly are a fucking maggot. Oh, God, I'm not going to support your lie no more.
Why you got to be
I think you really are truly a maggot. And you know what? I think you forgot your ass is black as hell. Yeah, right? I think you forgot. For real. You're drinking too much of that chlorine bleach. You're drinking too much of that damn chlorine bleach. You are a trifling ass. I cannot. I got beat down.
In the comments, Gangsta Grandma, you a trip. In the comments, Handsome Conservative says, so if it's
I got your trip upside your damn head.
So if it's the white man, is it okay? No, it's not okay if it's the white man. White lives matter too. Ain't that what Candace Owens and Kanye West said?
No. We ain't doing this. Not tonight, bitch. Not tonight.
You're doing it again. You can't help it. You can't help it.
White lives don't matter unless black lives matter, right? Right?
Oh.
That's why we say Black Lives Matter, Tim, and you know this.
How about this?
About police brutality. Don't go there with me.
Let me just say it like this. Here's something you can agree with. Here's something I'm sure you can agree with. You can agree that all lives matter, right?
No, all lives don't matter till Black Lives Matter. That's what I'm saying. All lives cannot matter till Black Lives Matter. Black and brown lives gotta matter, and then all lives will matter. Why?
You can't even.
Are you gonna lie? Are you gonna tell me all lives do not matter till Black and brown lives matter? The unaliving of us in the streets by the popos, That's what Black Lives Matter came from. It's the police brutality. That's why Black Lives Matter. There ain't no white people getting unalive by the popo every single damn day. Hell no. There ain't that. So miss me with the BS. All lives do not matter till Black and brown lives matter. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think they all do matter, and I absolutely think that Black and brown
they do not.
Okay.
Nope, not till Black and brown lives matter. Then all lives will matter. Until then, nope, they do not.
Let me ask you this, because Debo says this isn't even a topic. This triggers you. Are you being triggered?
You brought the shit up, Tim. I wanted to talk about war crimes.
We were talking about that. You the one that took. No, you the one that started telling us.
All you have to do is you have to defend the snow roaches. You know what, Tim? Let me tell you something, and this is some real shit. A snow roach will put you in a tree before anybody else will. And you defend them, and you kiss their asses, and you put them on, and you let them talk all this shit. You let them spill misinformation. You let them do everything. But when a minute a black woman or anybody else comes up to Black and brown, you ask push the fuck back. Why is that? Because you bow down to the white teeth master, huh? Yes, master, house ninja, for real.
How about this? In the comments, Realist says, just live like a civilized human being and you won't have police issues. What say you?
Oh, for real? Okay, my brother was a Marine. My brother had a fucking phone. My brother got unalived, bitch. If you ever did no fuck shit like that, walking down the damn street and did nothing fucking wrong, and then the cop, when we got the cop cam, he called him a dirty N-word. Get the fuck out of here. So such a white tea ass and shut the fuck up. Let me tell you motherfucker something. You have never been in our fucking shoes. You have never walked in our damn shoes. Until the white tea man walks in our shoes, they need to shut the fuck up.
Is your dog oppressed?
My dog don't like your ugly ass, because if my dog see you,
you're doing it again. See, that's why they keep targeting you for harassment. You're throwing the ugly ass and all this stuff. That's what they're hearing.
I'm just saying, Tim, it's the truth. They always say, oh, if you do everything right, you won't have nothing against the popo won't do nothing. People have done everything right, and you still get unalived by the popo. So miss me with the BS. And the only reason why we got the popo is because of slavery. Mofos need to check your asses, okay? Mofos need to realize what slavery did. And anything that why we got the popo in the first place is to check black people. See, motherfuckers don't even know history. So white teen man to shut the fuck up. Oh, God.
Well, in the comments, Brian says, white liberal woman with an exclamation point. Ask her what color her hair is.
For one, I'm not white, and I'll never be white. I don't have a white in me. I came from my nutsack of my daddy, okay? And he's a big black man. I came from the uterus of my mama, and my mama black all day. Thank you.
You sounded like a sister when you said that.
I said what I said. I am a sister. What the fuck are you talking about?
Black lives and white lives are life, says Handsome Conservative.
These little white tea mofos don't know what fufu is and don't know what okra stew is. I guarantee you, those white tea mofos don't know what that is. Little snow roaches or pie cooking uncooked. I bet they're grilling uncooked meat now.
What is fufu? I don't even know what that is. What is that?
Because you're white.
What is it? What is fufu?
You don't even know what fufu. Lord,
yo, does anybody else? What is fufu?
You ain't black.
Fufu?
You ain't black. You don't know. You don't even know what African food is. Lord have mercy. And you say you're a black man, and you don't even know what fufu is. Lord have mercy, honey child. That's what I tell you. That's why I say you. That's why I yank your black card every damn time.
What can you do they sell fufu in the hood?
If you have an African restaurant,
and
hell yeah, they be selling.
No, if you in the hood, there's black people all around. So in other words, black people are not selling it. You gotta have an African restaurant in your neighborhood.
Isn't Africans black? I mean, I swear to God.
There's a lot of Africans.
I walked up into my sister's house, and she's ass is black, And she was like, damn, sister, come and get you some.
There's a lot of Africans. There's a lot of Africans that don't fuck with black people. That they are not the same.
You know what? Let me tell you something. There is some Africans that don't like our asses. You know what I mean? But I have some good friends that taught me how to do the foo-foo and taught me how to do all kinds of African food. So yes, honey, yes. I know where my roots came from. See, I'm Dominican and Mexican, and you know they dropped slaves off in Dominican. They dropped slaves off everywhere, and you know they had to get that chocolate coochie, and they made all of our asses. Yes.
How do you respond? How do you respond to folks in the comments who say you bring up race too much?
You know what? Let me tell you something. You motherfuckers voted for racism when you voted for Trump. You motherfuckers voted for the hatred. Now look what we're doing right now. Give me a fucking break. It is about race. When you have ICE coming, sticking on only black and brown people. When you have them having saying that Haitians eat cats and dogs when that was a damn lie. Now you guys are here saying that Somalians are doing all kinds of stuff. You guys can't even look at your own damn selves in the mirror and say that you guys are the colonizers and shit. You guys want this America to be white. And guess what? This America never will be white because this America never was white in the beginning. Mexicans were here. The indigenous Mexicans were here. Indigenous natives were here. This never will be, ever will be white. You know.
Okay,
so
wait a minute.
Back to Europe.
Two things. First of all, the Somali fraud was verified, so that was a legitimate reason.
But not all of them. They're still blaming them. They're still saying all of them. And they all went to jail. So get over it, Tim. Get the white cock out your mouth.
Also, if you got a large contingent of black and brown people that are in the country illegally, wouldn't that be who ICE is mostly going to be going after?
There's white people in this country with visas. Without the visas, what is it called? Renew visas. There's more white people with expired visas right now in the United States than there are black and brown.
Well, some of them are...
Now tell me that. Now go Google that. See, when I bring facts you can always Google. But when you have the white T-man up in here...
They took Sexy Red off the program, unfortunately. Anyway, we do have live access. We survived it, but they did take Sexy Red down. You know what happens on the app. Anyway, we'll continue the program on. I'm Mexican, but we weren't here. Canadian natives were the first ones on this soil. Fair enough. Let's go on to we'll get back on topic. We're talking about the potential for war crimes. It's getting harder to do a show nowadays with the way TikTok acts. Damn, we got to come up with a suitable replacement for TikTok. The show works fine with YouTube, Instagram, Substack, the other platforms that we're currently live on, they all work fine. But unfortunately, the show is centered around TikTok. And TikTok does not work fine at all. And I see in the comments, Debo says it's not TikTok, be honest. It is. It is TikTok. If I can say things on YouTube, on Substack, on Instagram that I can't say on TikTok, then it's TikTok. If you got to tiptoe around certain words and phrases on TikTok that you don't have to do on other apps, yeah, the problem is TikTok. It is TikTok. So I get what you're trying to say. Is you're trying to say it ain't them, is our language or is her or whatever. No, because she came on Instagram yesterday. No problem. I haven't had anybody ban. None of the other apps have even mentioned banning anybody. TikTok is where it's happening at. It is TikTok. Looking in the comments, it is. I got banned for saying the word dumb, says Louise Miller. Yeah, it's TikTok. The censorship on TikTok is insane. Hey, Tim, what is your thoughts on the war crimes being committed? I think they are war crimes. That is my thought. I think war crimes is, I think they are happening. And I think there could end up being a call for justice. Let me ask you folks this. Let's say, for instance, yes or no in the comments. Simple yes or no in the comments. Let's say, for instance, there is a case on the international stage where they want Trump, Hegseth, Rubio, and maybe a host of other folks. They want them at the Hague. They want them at the Hague to try them on what the international community is suggesting is war crimes. Do you believe our government should defend our former president and not hand them over? Yes or no? Let's say, for instance, the international community issues an Interpol warrant. There is one for Netanyahu out now. I believe both Putin and Netanyahu have them out now. But let's say, for instance, they issue one for members of our government. Should we defend our president and refuse to hand him over? Yes or no in the comments. Do you think that? A lot of folks are saying no. You're off your nut, says Larry. How do you get on your nut? I haven't had a good one of those in a while. Anyway, should our country defend Trump? And I'm asking this question because this is something that really could happen. Yes, he can pardon himself leaving office. You don't pardon yourself from the Hague. So there is a very good possibility that other nations will indicate what he did. And I'm talking NATO member nations. I'm talking NATO member nations. I'm not talking about, somebody in the Middle East or something. I'm talking about the threat to Greenland and stuff like that is obviously not sat well with NATO. I think there's probably not one nation among NATO that he hasn't criticized. So I don't think Trump has any friends among the NATO member nations. Probably not even among the UN. I don't know any nation on the planet, probably other than maybe Russia, Hungary, and he's favorable now to the leadership in Venezuela. And of course, the guy in El Salvador that let us send people to CCOT. I think he's favorable to those folks. Other than them, I don't know any other nation Trump is favorable to. I don't know any other nation that Trump views favorably. He said a lot of positive things about Putin. I cannot think of the guy that, the dictator of Hungary right now. You guys know who I'm talking about, but he's spoken and met with him and said favorable things about the dictator in Hungary. He's friends with Netanyahu. He's favorable to the government he put in place in Venezuela. Is it Orban? Victor Orban? What is it? I see somebody said Victor. Yeah, Victor Orban, whatever his name is. Yeah, Victor Orban. I think that's about it. So if they want him, should we hand over a former president? Because that would set a huge precedent if we done that. Now, keep in mind, Trump has been setting precedents since he got in office. Let me go back to the box. We'll make it happen with Travelman. Good evening, Travelman. Welcome to the Joe Blow says bullshit. I'm just asking. Travelman, what do you think? If they wanted him at the Hague to hold him on war crimes trials, should we defend our former president?
Yeah. Well, the special prosecutor Smith, that's what he was over there doing.
What do you mean?
Before he came back and took over Trump's case.
Jack Smith?
Yep. He came from the Hague. He was prosecuting the Bosnia crimes and stuff. Yeah. It sure is.
Yeah, but because George Bush wrongfully started a war with Iraq. I mean, he didn't get, I'm sure there are people who thought what he did was akin to some war crimes. I mean, we didn't send him over there. Would it be unfair to do it to Trump?
We don't recognize the ICC.
So,
right?
So in other words, we would defend Trump and not send him.
He wouldn't go. I'm not saying we would defend him. I'm saying he wouldn't go.
Okay.
You
think that's the right?
He is. He. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but I think that they say that we dropped some things on a water plant over in Iran.
I haven't heard it happening. I haven't heard it confirmed yet. Trump is threatened to. Now you heard. I don't know if you heard Handsome Conservative earlier in the program where he was suggesting that bombing infrastructure is not a war crime. It's not akin to carpet bombing or dropping a nuke. He said it's not a war crime.
Okay, well, not only does he have a severe case, of head up Trump's ass syndrome. He's also has a case, look like an early onset of dementia or something. So I'm not really going by anything that he's saying. Everybody know, if you target civilian infrastructure, that is considered a war crime. If military, you good. Civilian, you're not. And this crazy ass stuff he was talking about, rebuilding the building. Okay. All right.
Yeah, he said he says you can rebuild that, you can't rebuild people.
Yeah. He sounds like RFK Jr. with the worm in his brain. This is the deal.
But there are people that agree with him, though. There are people that agree with him.
Yeah, there was something wrong with them too. But this is the deal. Iran has already said, even though Trump probably not paying attention, but he might be paying attention to him now. But Iran has already said, if you go after our infrastructure, we're going to go after the infrastructure of the Gulf states. If he hit, let's just say Iran took out the desalination plant that services the UAE and Dubai, they would have to evacuate Dubai. Same thing with Riyadh. If they took out the desalination plant that services Riyadh, they would have to evacuate, because those places get 70 to 90% of their water from the desalination plants. And they only have a week, maybe less, of water storage.
And here's the problem, though, I think. I want to tell you something. I think the problem with if Iran does that. But before I do, I want to read a comment. Why even try? Says, how many times did I explain to you, Tim, that you were defending a monster? You need to apologize. Who was I defending that was a monster? Are you suggesting that our president is a monster? Who are you suggesting that's a monster? And by the way, if a monster does something right, look, there's some things I think Trump got right, so I'm going to defend that. But what I want to talk to you about, Travelman, is this. And thank you, why even try? What I want to say is this: if Iran did what you're suggesting, bombed started going at the infrastructure in Riyadh and places like that, wouldn't that help Trump gain some sympathy for what he is doing? Because that would make Iran look like a monster.
Tim, Iran, if somebody tell you that they're going to do something based on your actions,
right,
and you do it anyway, don't act surprised.
Yeah,
okay,
I get it.
I'm telling you what they're gonna do.
But that would be a war crime from the nation of Iran, would it not?
Do you think they care? We are over there destroying some of their country. So they feel that, hey, and we told you, we cannot defeat the U.S. What we can do is expand
Thank you, Miss.
the WAR.
Miss
That's
V,
what they can do.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Miss V, thank you for the hat mustache. Here's the problem, though. If Iran starts doing that, because we're bombing their country, in my opinion, it kind of validates Trump's claim that it's really good they didn't get a nuclear weapon, because they would have been harmful to everybody. So if they start bombing infrastructure,
based on what?
Based on them bombing the infrastructure of Saudi Arabia and these other.
Why are they bombing the infrastructure of Saudi Arabia?
Because the U.S. is letting them use an airspace. Because Saudi Arabia is not launching any attacks on Iran.
They are launching planes from Sultan something Air Base in Saudi, in Riyadh.
Yeah.
That's why it got hit. Only U.S. assets are being hit. But they're saying, if you come after our infrastructure, if you go after our plants and desalination plants and water plants, then we're going to do the same to the Gulf states. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. And that's what they have been hitting. It's amazing, because didn't Trump just say that their air defense systems had been taken out?
Yeah.
Didn't he say that?
Yeah, many times.
And they just took down the F-15. The dude is a pathological liar. How can the country believe what he says? Iran has already told him. Matter of fact, I think it was today or yesterday. We're not taking. We don't want to talk to you. We're not talking to you anymore.
Let me ask you personally. Do you believe if Iran bombed the infrastructure of neighboring countries that are assisting the U.S., at least allowing them to use sovereign bases and things like that, do you believe what they would be doing would be justified?
Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
because the U.S. is using that base to attack.
Yeah.
They're using that base to that's why they tried to hit what was the other country? It was outside of the area there. But that's why they hit all those other bases, because they're using them to launch attacks against them. You know, dude, bruh, we wouldn't be in this situation if the Mango Maniac hadn't went over there and decided he wanted to start a damn war.
Yeah, but
so you got a WAR going on over here, which all these knuckleheads running around here talking about, we've been fighting, we've been at war with them for 47 years. You remember General Mattis?
Yeah. Mad Dog Mattis.
He was the SecDef. Check him out. He said I guess he was at a conference or something, and he said Trump demands, based on Trump said his demands was, because he was talking about strategic and something else he was saying. He said Trump demands were nonsensical and that Trump was delusional. This is what he said a couple of days ago, right?
Can he get in any trouble for saying that? Because, you know, a lot of these generals are being fired and shit like that.
No, he's retired. They can't do nothing to him.
Yeah, but once you leave the military, don't you still have some limitations and restrictions on what you can and can't do and can and can't say?
Not what you can't say, no. No, as long as you don't personally attack the chain, you know, the chain of command or whatever, but you can say anything you want. This is First Amendment. You can say anything you want to say. Okay. But not only that, the guy that was the chief of staff.
Hold on 1 second, real quick. Doomsday Minute, I believe that's straight talk. You know, he's military. He's disagreeing with you. He's saying, yes, you do have restrictions.
What restrictions? What restrictions? He's at a conference. He can say whatever he wants to say. As long as he doesn't violate the UCMJ, then he can say whatever he wants to say. As long as he don't threaten POTUS or something like that, that's different. But just to say, oh, no, the president is delusional. Okay? He can say that. Just like the senator, what they said, and they tried to go after them, and what happened? They had to drop that shit. Okay,
you talking about you don't have to follow illegal orders. They did try to go after.
He's a 4-star general. He has the expertise to make a call on what the United States is doing right now. Because I can guarantee you, he still has access to the generals and admirals and stuff like that. He still has access to them. Yeah. Okay, so you can bet money on that.
I want to give you a comment that's in my, like I said, I don't block, ban, or censor anybody. This comment is critical to either me, you, or both of us, but I'm gonna let you tackle it. This is coming from Mr. Mob Type, like the name. He says, this war had to come or everyone will pay lots more for products across seas going all the way around Africa and over the top of Asia. That's a long route. This is a washed up black guy. Now, I'm assuming he's talking about either me or you, but what about what he's saying that we had to go to war, otherwise it was going to cost everybody a fortune if we didn't?
Once again, there's another one. You know what I'm getting ready to say. A severe case of head-up Trump's ass syndrome. Take your ass down to the urgent care and tell them you need to get the spinal muscle removal procedure done. Because you're straight up stuck on stupid.
Okay.
Was our prices increasing based on something Iran was doing before February 28th or whatever day that was we went in there? Was the Strait of Hormuz, was it open? Was ships going through it? Yeah. Yes. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think the Houthis had even slowed down on what they were doing.
Not only that, but to add to that, I will say I was defending Trump daily over how good the economy was before this whole Iran event took place. The economy was doing pretty well. I won't say grocery price.
Did we lose jobs? Wasn't there a decrease in jobs 5 of the last 6 months?
Yeah, let me issue let me issue a correction. Hold on. Let me issue a correction. The economy wasn't doing well. The gas prices were fair, and the grocery prices weren't great, but they weren't like astronomical. That's what I meant to say.
Now this dude that posed that question, what proof does he have that we were going to have to do that? Because Iran did not have the capability to do anything to the U.S. Now they could target U.S. assets, but they were not anywhere close to developing a nuke, even though people like to say they were. But according to the IEA or IAEA or whatever the hell they're called, they said there was no indication that that's what they were doing. Our intelligence services said the same thing. Tulsi Gabbard, even though I don't really think she's qualified to be in the position, but she reported that our intelligence agency said the same thing. The uranium is buried 600-700 feet below ground somewhere because of what we did to them back in June when we obliterated their nuclear capability, so our president said. So what exactly were they getting ready to do? I don't understand it.
I think that
one more thing, Tim. One more thing. The ICBM, in order to get ICBM from Iran to the United States, you got to go suborbital or some stuff like that. You got to have, and they have to have a re-entry vehicle. Our intelligence services said that Iran is at least 10 years away from developing a re-entry vehicle to be able to put an ICBM on.
Here's my thing. First of all, I don't know. Hold up. First of all, I don't know what to believe on Iran because of Netanyahu has said so much crazy shit about Iran and Iraq. Trump has released statements that contradict other statements he released because of obviously claiming what you brought up. He obliterated everything in June, and now they're really close to getting it in March. So it's hard to know what to believe. I just stand by my original statement is that I don't believe. Hold on. I do not believe that if Iran got their hands on a nuclear weapon, they would launch it against a country that has thousands of them. I just still do not believe that.
What was it? The mutual destruction or whatever?
Yeah, mutually assured destruction.
Okay. But this dude here, Flooring guy in 1978, say I'm actually defending Iran. Have I said anything that defended Iran? Dude, get your head out of Trump's ass, because obviously you don't know what you're talking about. If I'm defending Iran, show me how I'm defending Iran. Come up here and show me how I'm defending Iran.
Well, I'll tell you how you're defending Iran, because I'm accused of it too. If you criticize Trump, you're siding with the opposition. It's as simple as that. Some folks,
United States of America.
I get that. I get the free speech part, but some folks believe that Trump is above reproach. If you criticize him, you're a rhino. You're a liberal. I mean, shit. Look what happened with Marjorie Taylor Greene. She went with Trump like 98% of the time. Criticized him once, and suddenly she was the enemy. So you could be dealing with somebody like that.
Hey Tim, not only that, bro. Check this out though. We are in there now, and nobody in that administration has an exit plan. They don't know what the hell we're doing. They have came up with 3 or 4 different reasons that we're in there. Now, how are we going to get out? They don't even know.
That's a great question. I gotta get some mag on here, because that is a good question. What is the exit? What is victory? What is victory in Iran? Because you're right, exactly. His objectives on what we're trying to accomplish has changed multiple times. Real quick in the comments, Mr. Mob Type said, if you don't like America, just leave. He said, yeah, just leave America if you hate the president. How do you respond to folks who suggest that if you got a problem with the commander-in-chief, you should lead a nation?
Why do they seem to think that everybody hate Trump?
Because a lot of people do. Because a lot of people do.
I don't use that. I don't use that term. I don't hate Trump. I don't agree with things that he does. I don't agree with things that he says, right? I think that he has totally jacked this country up. He has attacked all of our institutions. He brought Doge in. It was a disaster. They downloaded private information from the Social Security Administration in the IRS, and plus they probably downloaded all the company information, contract information on Musk's competitors. So no, I don't agree with most of 99% of what he does. Now, as far as me leaving this country, I gave 35 years of my life defending the way of life of this country. So people like this knucklehead can get up and say the things that he says. Those carriers that's floating around, I have been out there. I have been in the Indian Ocean. I have went through the Suez Canal. We were sitting off the coast when Sadat got assassinated. Okay, and plus, I'm probably one of the few people that you'll talk to that have been to Diego Garcia. So you know what, dude? Pull your head out of Trump. You head up Trump's ass syndrome. Because obviously you stuck on stupid or something is wrong with you. Because you believe in everything this dude says, and he's a pathological liar. Am I right or am I wrong?
Well, I'm gonna tell you straight talk who I'll end up having on the program shortly. He believes Trump has never told a lie.
Well, he's another one. You see, listen to some of the shit listen to some of the stuff they say when they come up here to him. Straight talk. He's an embarrassment. He thinks because he talks fast and call you names and all this, that makes him right. Dude, you just as wrong as two left shoes. Okay? And what we're doing in Iran, somebody tell me, how has that made us safer? We're over there.
You getting haters. Keep going.
They over there doing all that. Okay. Do I need to drop down?
Well, go ahead and finish your sentence, and we'll move it on. But go ahead.
And then what we're doing, and then look at what we're doing to Cuba that has done absolutely nothing to us. I drop down, Tim.
All right. Travelman, as always, thank you for coming by. We got, and what he was asking, there were folks reporting him, and like I said, this is what you deal with on TikTok, is that they're not judging stuff fairly. That's why I win a lot of the appeals, is because they're just taking the word of haters, and then all of a sudden the live gets interrupted. You appeal it and boom, it comes back. But that's what ended up happening with that. That was somebody reporting my last guest. And this is why, now, obviously my last guest leans left. He obviously did not like Trump whatsoever, or what Trump is doing in the Middle East, or even doing for this great nation. So when I say he's being reported, understand that liberals are not the only ones that engage in cancel culture. Obviously, what he was saying was not causing him to get reported by liberals. Anybody that's reporting him leans right, favors Trump, et cetera, et cetera. And he was getting reported. He was absolutely getting reported for being critical of President Trump. Like I said, some folks do believe President Trump is above reproach, that simply criticizing any of the actions of Trump makes you the enemy. There are people who believe that. And I've mentioned the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene, because I believe Marjorie Taylor Greene is more MAGA than you can't get more MAGA than Marjorie Taylor Greene. She was voting on Trump's side with everything he was doing when she was in Washington. And somehow they don't view her now as MAGA. So it don't take much. Doesn't take much to get kicked out. You need to, for the most part, maintain a stellar, pristine record. Otherwise, just a little slip up. I mean, it don't take much. I mean, I'm still looking at Pam Bondi's ousting and wondering, like, damn, how could you fire that? She was really, really loyal. How could you fire that? Anyway, looking at the comments, I don't believe Trump is a miracle. First, I don't believe Trump is all in for the American people. I think Trump is in it for the fame and the glory. Well, shit, how can he be in it for the fame and the glory at this point? At this point, he's a multi-billionaire, and he probably is the most well-known man on earth at this point. So he's already achieved the fame. I doubt if there's anybody on earth that is more well-known than Trump right now. So I think that he has all of that. Peter, and by the way, thank you for the input, Peter Gonzalez. Trump's lack of sanctimony is misconstrued as integrity. Fair enough. Nobody agrees with you except illegals and homosexuals, says Army. So is it safe to assume a lot of the people you hang around are illegals and homosexuals? You have to know to make that statement. So shout out to the LGBTQ community and you, sir, for pointing out the mindset of homosexuals that you often associate with. In the comments, Peter Gonzalez says, I believe Trump is not a good person at heart. Wow. It seems that all he cares about is money and will get it at any cost. Yikes. Sony Hughes says, Tim, thank you for your show. Sony, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate that. Real quick before we move on, I'm going to ask that you tap the screen, get us on up to 40,000. Certainly help your boy out with the TikTok cap and hat mustache goals. Help the show out as well. If you're watching us on YouTube, feel free to smash that like button. We're generally here most weekdays. Understand, while you may hear commentary that is critical of the current commander-in-chief, our program is MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor any damn body for their speech. So when we get MAGA up here, we don't scrutinize their speech any more than we scrutinize the left. We don't limit their speech any more than we limit the left. MAGA's allowed to speak freely as well. This is a free speech program. You can be critical of anybody on this program, including yours truly. Our comments go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. So if you favor this type of open dialogue from all sides of the aisle, feel free to follow the program if you're currently watching us live on Instagram, TikTok, or Substack. And if you're watching us live on YouTube, give your boy a sub. But I also need my YouTube viewers, because it helps out the algorithm, helps bring in more MAGA that I have on YouTube. I need you guys to smash that like button. Certainly my MAGA folks as well as the liberals watching on YouTube. Handsome Conservative says there is no difference between presidents. They are all dishonest and only care about money no matter what the party is. This is not new. Well, I don't totally disagree with you there, but one of them campaigned on being different than all other presidents and not caring about money. Now that he's gotten in there, and it turns out he misled everybody, and as you say, he does care about money, well, he's going to get more scrutiny because he made promises. How many folks have I debated with? And I've been on both sides of this debate. Defending Trump, he ain't about money because he doesn't even take a salary. Remember that? He doesn't take a salary. He had his own money. Everybody believed that Trump was coming in there, and unlike other politicians, he couldn't be bought because he had his own money and was not even taking a salary. Now that he's in there getting wealthier than anybody ever could have imagined, what Handsome Conservative is saying is what a lot of MAGA is saying. Well, they all trying to get money. That ain't what you were saying when he was running for office. You were saying he was going to be different. Now he's in there and he's getting paid, and they all like that. No, he wasn't supposed to be like that. So that's at least one campaign failure that even MAGA's admitting. This guy's getting paid. He's getting paid off the office. Anyway, let me go back to the Shirley. Does that say Shelley, rather? Shelley says he had stolen more money than any president. How has he stolen it, though? I don't know if he stole the money. Listen, I think there's some insider trading that has probably happened. I guess you could use that as a criminal way of getting money. I don't believe his cryptocurrency is 100% legit. Monica, no spamming. We don't block, ban, or censor, but we do take out spammers. Monica, whatever your name, Spurgeon or whatever, no spamming. Anyway, 10% for the big guy says dirty money. I don't understand how. That's another thing I don't understand. And tap the screen, get us up to 40,000. We'll take the next caller at 40,000 on TikTok. Tap the screen. Let your thumbs not be lazy. I don't understand how Hunter Biden, Burisma, and 10% to the big guy was such a huge issue with MAGA. And Barron Trump, Ivanka Trump, and what Eric and Don Jr., how they're getting paid is not. I don't understand. Barron Trump is getting huge government contracts. That dude is like 20. I don't understand how that's not a problem if what was going on with the Bidens was. I'm not trying to pretend like Hunter Biden was innocent either, by the way. I'm not saying that Hunter Biden, The job he had was a job he would have gotten had his dad not been president. I get the Nepo shit. But to pretend like it only happened with Biden and Trump, and by the way, Trump's family is making a hell of a lot more money than what Hunter Biden was making. You don't hear the MAGA side saying anything about that. $2 billion investment deal from the Saudis went to Ivanka. Hunter is getting defense contract. Oh, not Hunter. Barron is getting in with defense contracts and shit. I don't see how one got that kind of scrutiny and the other one is getting totally excused. That's all I'm saying. I can tell you exactly how they did it because I created the quantum framework that the mirroring, even the prediction betting is coming from a mirror of my device. If you follow nobody's doing that right now, whatever you're recommending. You can't pardon yourself when you're no longer president. Genius. True. Well, I believe Trump is going to exit with a blanket pardon. I think he's going to, not to mention the Supreme Court granting him immunity is going to give him all kinds of excuses to throw out there as well. But we'll go ahead and move on with the program. Are we at the likes on up? I remember you were drunk on Trump. Damn, the voice. Drunk? Drunk on Trump? Invisible and visible about intentions when Don Dova I don't know what that means, but Trump's always going to make more than Biden. Difference is Biden was wildly breaking all known laws while Trump might be working on the edge. No. Selling Teslas on the White House lawn is not working on the edge. You got Trump. Trump has a million quotes out there criticizing electric vehicles, the range, the horsepower, said all kinds of negative shit about Teslas. Elon Musk gives them some money and suddenly he's telling you to buy them. Come on now. Look, you either are against corruption or you're not. If you can clearly see corruption in Biden and Burisma and all that, you don't see none in Trump with his own cryptocurrency. You don't see nothing going on with that. I gotta just say you're biased. You know damn well if let's say you only think Trump is skirting the law. You think he's getting close, but he hasn't violated. Would you feel that way if Biden was doing all this stuff? Would you feel that way if crooked Hillary had her own cryptocurrency while president? Would you still be saying that? I don't think so. I think if Hillary Clinton was president and had her own crypto, you would feel confident that she was breaking laws. You wouldn't say she was coming close. I think you're kind of skirting the law there. Just like somebody asked in the comments, is it illegal? It's 10% to the big guy. There's nothing illegal about that phrase. You don't even have any confirmation who the big guy is. But you're able to make the leap when it comes to Biden. But when it comes to Trump, you're willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, even though it looks just as suspicious. You're going to tell me 10% to the big guy sounds like he might be talking about his father, but having your own crypto don't sound corrupt at all, huh? Really? Now is the time to buy. I think Trump posted that and the stock market blew up. You can make those leaps on your enemy, but you don't seem to see it when it comes to somebody you favor. Okay. I lived in your side was burning Tesla. We talking about presidents. We're not talking about some idiot that is setting a Tesla dealership on fire. That's irrelevant to the conversation. Jerome Powell is set to exit the Federal Reserve, biased from the government. If Trump gets his hands on that, we're in big, huge trouble, says one of my viewers. Let me go back to the box. Are we at 40,000? Just about. We'll go to the one and only. So cool he has his own theme music. King Finn. Good evening, King.
Good evening.
Good to have you on, King. And real quick before we go into this, somebody asked, so who would be the big guy? That would be like saying, so who would be on the other end of his cryptocurrency? If you can see something that looks suspicious, but you don't see anything suspicious about taking a jet and all of a sudden now they're getting trained to fly military aircraft in Idaho. If you don't see nothing suspicious about Trump, but you saw all that suspicion about Biden, King, what brings you on? What am I getting wrong?
Everything.
Oh my God. Really?
You drunk on Trump. You drunk on Trump. You tasted the sauce. You drinking the cow's milk, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't really matter because you do it on purpose. You constantly gas people. You bullshit around. You know how to play it. I get it. It's a game.
What on earth leads you to believe I am quote unquote drunk on Trump?
Be for real, no fluffing, right? Because that's where that term came from so long ago when I started watching your program. We're going to not fluff tonight, right? No fluffing, 100% no fluffing, no Cheeto dust, nothing, right?
We never
so
fluff.
Strap your boots up.
We never fluff here. Right? This is a no
so
fluffing
you have
zone.
What is called a vermin problem, right? You got a lot of peacocks and a whole bunch of pigeons, but not enough chickens, right? You got a whole
whatever that means, but go ahead.
You got a whole bunch of birds that want to strut around and peacock and show their feathers and shit. But I don't do that, right?
Okay.
I don't strut my feathers. So we're gonna go here. The other day I had a inkling to tune into your program and try to get on, which if you notice has been a couple fucking weeks because you don't want
couple days.
It ain't been no couple days. Tim, stop the fluffing.
Couple days.
100% real show, no fluffing. So we're gonna call it what it is.
Okay.
It's been some weeks. Okay, it's been some weeks. And I sat back and I watched you let these motherfuckers peacock on TikTok all day long. Tick-tock, peacock, show they fucking feathers.
You know in the comments, Dale McMillan says he's saying a bunch of nothing.
You know, I don't really give a damn what Dale said. Do you think I care?
I'm just reading the comments.
Do you think I come here to talk to Dale, who's probably some illegitimate incel in his basement, playing a tallywhacker with his tallywhacker? I don't care about that shit. Yes.
Tallywhacker with his tallywhacker. That almost sounds painful.
Right. Yes, war crimes. You people constantly say, oh, well, that's a war crime. And President Trump, he's doing the greatest. Please explain to me again, why are we in Iran?
To stop him from getting the nuke, to help protesters out. Look, it's changed many times over and over again.
Just say what you just said. You don't know.
You don't know.
Right. You don't know. Because it constantly moves like the goalpost of every damn Republican senator, every damn Republican House member, and Trump himself. It continues to move a goalpost. There's always some bullshit, left and right and left, right? No.
I can't argue it. I mean,
Is he committing war crimes? Yes, he is. You blew up the bridge to Tehran. But here's the problem. When you blew up the bridge to Tehran, you didn't do shit. Do you think they care about you blowing up the bridge in Tehran? You just helped them, dumbass.
How the hell did he help them by blowing up their bridge?
Do you realize what that does? It furthers the look. Take a bridge with me here. It furthers the look to the rest of the country that this motherfucker is unstable, right? It furthers the knowledge that if you realize, guess who actually does have oil and selling it to everybody else?
Well, Russia's doing it. Iran's doing it.
Yeah. Russia's selling oil to everybody in that area, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the Strait of Hormuz open yet?
Not yet.
It's not open to who?
It's not open to adversaries of Iran.
And?
It's not open to us.
Thank you. There you go.
But wait a minute. President Trump states we don't really even use the Strait of Hormuz. He said most of our oil don't come through there.
That's funny because the Reframing report came out, and I could have swore they said something about needing a certain chemical to put down winter wheat and needing a certain
fertilizer,
like phosphate, to get their corn. And back in 1950 something, I could have swore we started using something instead of cow shit to plant corn. Do you know what else corn does? Feeds America. It makes fuel. It makes other products. Every fucking thing uses corn. But guess what we don't got? Fertilizer. How long does it take to get fertilizer from the Strait of Hormuz? 45 days. When's the last day you can plant corn? April 10th. Are we getting fertilizer?
What are you suggesting that this is going to hurt our crops?
I'm telling you it's going to hurt the crops. I'm telling you it's going to fuck us. It's going to screw us long and hard like a good old-fashioned porno movie. Because that's what he wanted to do. Yeah.
So in your opinion, because...
Wait. So who cares about that stupid-ass bridge? They don't care about it because you're not thinking. They don't have to win a war. All they have to do is outlast us.
So
Are they going? Can they? I don't know. But you got to remember, it's Iran. They live in a fucking desert. Do you think they're worried about that shit?
I'm listening to you and King, and it's almost as if we're losing this war.
Oh, you finally caught on to the plan.
Trump is telling us it's a cakewalk, man. I mean,
You know I don't.
Trump,
Again, Tim.
I'm just saying, Trump is making it sound like this shit is easy.
Tim, I'm not gangster grandma. It's not gonna gas me up.
I'm not trying to gas you up. I'm telling you what the president is saying.
And you know what? The president also said that let's go back down to his. Let's start at the top, right? We totally obliterated their forces back in July of last year. No, we didn't. They're 2 weeks away from.
He did say that.
Having they're 2 weeks away. 2 weeks away from blowing us. Shooting one that can hit us. So we got to go in there. Oh, in between that, Tulsi Gabbard said, yeah, they ain't even tried to build that shit back.
Well, Trump was asked about he was on Air Force One, and he was asked about what Tulsi Gabbard said. He said she didn't really know what she was talking about.
Come on, man.
I'm just telling you, that's what he said.
In a situation where she's taking intelligence from Trump as the IC, the top intelligence officer is taking intelligence from the person who's sitting in America.
Well, listen, it's hard to defend this stuff because Trump also was taking the intelligence from Russia in his first term when Bill O'Reilly was asking, he was talking about how Russia is not an evil dictator or whatever. So Trump don't always take his intelligence from the normal channels. And in the comments, Why Even Try says, why are you so dumb, Tim? What is it? Just what is it, Riri brain or what is he talking about? How am I dumb? What am I doing?
Drunk on that sauce.
I am not drunk on any sauce. What the hell?
You drunk on that Trump juice, bro.
He says, what is Riri brain? What the fuck is that? I am not drunk on sauce.
You drunk on the Trump sauce. I know you is. It's okay. You also need to understand that Trump is a fucking idiot. Trump believes anything is possible. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on. What are we talking about? The dude who sits in the White House and eats Big Macs.
What's wrong with eating the Big Mac?
You got a fully staffed kitchen. You make whatever you want, but you eating a Big Mac.
I mean, I agree that if I could, I will agree that if I could eat anything I want and had chefs on order, I probably wouldn't be eating too many Big Macs. But it is a patriotic way to have dinner. I mean, America, nothing's more American than McDonald's. So it's a patriotic dinner.
You know I don't give a shit about that, right?
You don't care about patriotism?
No, I don't care about his brand of patriotism. I don't care about white Christian nationalism because that's bullshit, right? I don't care about that shit. I don't care about none of that. What I care about is seeing another day, making sure my kids are gonna have something, making sure I'm gonna be able to pay my fucking bills. Oh, and then there's that damn thing about that money. There's that thing about those Doge checks. You got your Doge check yet?
Not yet, but he still has over 2 years left in office. That could happen.
But wait. Didn't he say it was coming? Wait. Somebody asked the service members, did they get them 1776 checks yet? But wait.
Yeah, I think they did. Didn't they? I think they did get that, didn't they?
Wait. How about we go ask TSA? Have they getting paid from the first shutdown yet? While they sleeping in their cars? They get paid from that.
Listen, times are tough, man. Times are
tough, right? We can't pay daycare, but we can have Christy Nome fly around on a $192 million jet.
Well, he did get rid of. He did get rid of Christy Nome. You give him credit. He did get rid of her.
No. We can pay her and Corey Lewandowski to have sex on those planes. We can pay what's his name? Crash Out Cash Patel to dance around in ballerina tights and go to the hockey games and spill champagne and shit like he's a 14-year-old kid or 18-year-old hockey player, right?
Has he done anything, King? Has he done anything good in your eyes?
No. What are you talking about? What was gas yesterday? What was gas a barrel yesterday? Do you know?
It's a couple cents higher. It's a couple cents higher.
Take a wild guess what it was a barrel.
Oh, a barrel. A barrel is
guess.
About 110 now?
$141 a barrel, Tim.
It's a couple cents higher than we want it to be.
But y'all are so worried about what's going on in Minnesota in the streets. Y'all so worried about Somali fraud, whereas 86% of the Somalian people of America live in Minnesota, not 80% of the families in the Somali families in Minnesota are on social services, because that's actually a lower number. It's actually 54%. You can pass that off to your peacock if you like to.
Well, not my peacock, not necessarily my peacock, but my MAGA audience. Robert Kennedy says caller is an asshole. Dirty Money says caller is a brainwashed libtard. I mean,
yeah. Tell them to say that to the farmers when they don't have no fertilizer. Ask them to say that when we're running out of corn. Ask them to say that when we're running out of food. What about your food bill? Is your food bill going up? Because I know mine has.
Yeah, I just went grocery shopping today, and it was impressively expensive.
Right?
Yeah, it was impressively
I know.
expensive.
So call me brainwashed now. That's what I thought. Shut the fuck up. That bullshit. Fuck, I don't want to hear that shit.
How about this? Let me just throw this one at you. How about the notion that Iran was potentially not only about to become a nuclear power, but they are one of the largest state sponsors of terror on earth. And even though financially things are not going well, in the long run, what Trump did will not only benefit America, but make us safer. What say you?
Tim.
Yes.
America is the largest sponsor of terror. America is the largest terrorist group. America is. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Y'all keep running around in these streets and in these damn jets and fighter planes, like these damn boats. America's the real T group, dog. What are you talking about? Do you remember? We are pirates. We blew up ships off the coast of effing Venezuela. Are we? Wait. No. Stop. What war are we in with Cuba? Why are we not supporting aid to that damn island? Why are they in a blackout state right now? Why don't they have oil? Why don't they have energy?
You definitely got me on that one. I don't know why Trump put in an energy embargo on Cuba. I don't have an answer for that. I don't know what Cuba did to justify that. You don't like their leadership, fine, but you can't. Nothing. I don't know why we did that.
You see, this is what kills me about y'all. Y'all don't understand what you're saying.
Y'all. I'm not in that y'all category, am I?
YouTube, yes, it's YouTube.
Oh, come on.
Flames my nose hairs. YouTube, you just said it. I don't know, but they said they want to change your zine. Who the fuck are we to go to some other fucking country and tell them we need to decide what they do with their country?
Do I need to pull out the badge, King? We are the world's police.
You can take that badge and stuff it up your ass all the way to your stomach. Because America,
that's painful.
America don't got not a damn moral high ground to stand on nowhere. Where is it? When we are letting veterans from prior wars sleep in the streets, we got more money for people to take lavish vacations than we do for our kids to eat.
Well, how about this? When you ask, well, what moral high ground do we have? In the comments on YouTube, Dirty Money says, because they're a communist state, you moron.
Yeah, okay. Again, dirty money. Stop living in 1950.
I will also say this in defense of what you're saying, King. I will also say this. America can't tell other countries you can't. We want you to be a capitalist. If you're not capitalist, we're going to come and fuck with your country. We don't like communists. That's not our place to do that, because some folks don't like communism. I mean, capitalism. I mean, you can't force that.
Like capitalism,
right?
Some people don't like to be told what to do. Some people don't like the fact that y'all don't exactly want to fucking recognize people as fucking people. Some people don't like the fact that this country's been racist since its inception. Some people don't like the fact that fucking chattel slavery happened. And then there's that thing about all the countries who voted to say that chattel slavery, was a humanitarian crisis. Ain't that a bitch that the only three that didn't was who?
Well, with all of your criticisms, you're getting the common response, and I want you to tackle this. But I think you
I
kind
know
of
what it is.
yeah, and
Wait. I know what it is. Well, if you don't like America, why don't you just leave? Because
I'll read it verbatim, but you are right. Christopher,
guess what?
hold on, hang on. I'll give you time to respond. But Christopher says, "Sound like you hate America. You should move." And over here, Edward says, "This caller needs to leave my country immediately."
Yep. And guess what? Guess what? Bitch, I was born here. My nuts hang low. The day you want to remove me, come do so. Flat the fuck out. I'm free in America, ho. Now what? Now what? And what? What you want to do about it?
Any reason why your nuts are hanging so low?
Because they do. Because they big and it swing to the left, to the right.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure everything was okay. They don't normally.
I'm tired of hearing this shit. It's like peacocks. The thing about it is, I wouldn't even care if it wasn't so much ignorance behind some of the dumbass shit these people say all the time. You people don't make sense. You say you're Christian, you're not. You're not.
How can you suggest somebody else is not Christian? How can you suggest somebody else is not Christian though?
How can you suggest that this nation is Christian when they brought people on fucking boats and chains and bred them and beat them and killed them, unalived them and sold them? That was the inception of this country. What are you saying? This country ain't never been Christian. What do you mean?
Well, I'll say this.
Do we really need to go back to the slave Bible, Tim? The books that were taken out of the slave Bible, the way it was written. This country has never been Christian. Never.
Well, I will say the country wasn't ran according to what Christianity says. I'll agree with that. So I can't argue with it. I'm just putting to the test the stuff you're saying. But I kind of agree with you. I don't see the way the country was ran and walk away thinking, man, America's been a hardcore Christian country ever since its founding. You wouldn't have all this other stuff if it was. So I don't disagree with that.
I bet God really looks great. God really looks down on a memorial that y'all supposed to be celebrating somebody's life, but y'all actually are on an app playing and diddling with each other on Grindr. That must look really great to God.
I don't think, does God really care about the LGBTQ life?
But wait, if he did or if he didn't, why would you care? Because you're so Christian, right? Is that a part of Christianity? Is that not what they say?
I'm gonna tell
it's
you,
an abomination. A man is a man. A woman is a woman. It's an abomination, right?
I'm going to tell you, for me personally, maybe I'm just not getting it or something, but I'm confused. That Christianity has me confused because the same folks that are saying they're Christian have some of the views you're talking about, which I was taught are not very Christian. So it's confusing to me. I don't.
Just explain it to me. I mean, because the people that what really burns my soul is the hypocrisy of it all. See, the caucasity and the hypocrisy of it all is what's sickening. It makes me want to throw up in my mouth when a bunch of motherfuckers who talk about some shit they don't know about and don't have any idea or want to learn anything about it continuously try to stuff other views down other people's throats. How about we do this? You take what you think and shit the fuck over there. I'll take what I think and shit the fuck over here. That's called leaving people alone. Do you know that?
Now you mentioned the word. I need to get some definition to it. I haven't heard this one in a while. Caucasity.
Yes, the caucasity of it all. Yes.
What? Elaborate. Tell me more about this caucasity. What are you talking
it's
about?
It's the idea that white is right. The audacity to believe that white is right. Yes, the caucasity of it all.
Doomsday says you're making up words. That's straight talk. That's straight talk.
I know who straight talk is, and I know it's Doomsday, and he ran his little bitch ass off Sticks panel last night. Do you think I give a fuck what he is saying? I don't. You know what happened? I ran out of fucks to give. my fuck to give meter just ran clean out. I'm out. You gotta call me back another day. And I doubt I'll have any that day as well. People like straight talk, the fake ass caucasity of the whole situation. He is the people that I'm talking about. Those who run their mouth in the name of some shit that they don't even believe. Like the idea that he told you, well, I've never heard Trump tell a lie. That's a lie. You know damn well you done heard Trump tell a lie. And the idea that he sits here and peacocks on your platform and you let him run his mouth to the day is long, from can't see in the morning to can't see at night, it's a fucking joke.
But you would agree that MAGA deserves free speech too, right? I mean, he's MAGA. I let him speak just like I let you. You would agree MAGA deserves the right to free speech, would you not?
MAGA has the right to free speech.
Right
you know where it is? You know where it is? It's in the streets right now. It's in the White House. That's their free speech. It's at Mar-a-Lago. Their ignorance and ideas are spitting out in the street right now. It's regurgitating everywhere, all over the world, and it's big, fat, flabby, and orange.
You obviously are not a fan of MAGA. I got to move it on, King.
I know. You got to move it on. You got to run. I know.
And of course,
get your peacock up here.
And of course,
get your peacock.
And of course, there will be no fluffing going forward. King,
he was fluffing anyway. Get your peacock up here, bro.
You and the peacock. He comes with his own theme music. That is King Finn, folks. In the comments, Dark Side Rider. By the way, tap the screen. We'll take the next caller at 60,000. Tap the screen. If you're watching us on YouTube, smash that like button. This is uncensored programming. We don't black ban or censor anyone. Yeah, let's show these MAGA ungodly people. Okay, so he said, this is Dark Side Rider said, let's show these MAGA ungodly people. Let's show them a shout out to King Finn, also known as King Shark. My last caller has a friend in the comments. Darkside Rider, thank you for your support. MAGA Nation says dirty money. Yikes. Black fatigue is growing, says Robert Kennedy. I don't know what black fatigue is, but I sure would like to know. What causes black fatigue? Somebody explain to me what black fatigue is and what causes it. Tap the screen, get us up to 60,000. We'll take the next caller at that. The big arch gone out, him in the hospital. I'm telling you, folks, you guys keep saying you're hearing rumors Trump is in the hospital. It's not making the news wires. So somebody is rumored to be suggested. I mean, I'm not saying it may not be true. I don't think, look, we've had lives on this before. With President Trump having COVID and not being forthcoming about he had came down with the virus. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I do not believe if President Trump was ill, he would be forthcoming to the American people. I don't think any of them would do it. I don't think Biden would have done it. I mean, they talk about the dementia they believe he had or whatever. I don't believe any of them would immediately tell you if they were ill or something like that. So, I mean, he could be in Walter Reed Hospital or something like that. It could be, but I haven't heard the story break yet. I'll just say that I have not heard it. But yeah, if Trump was coming, look, at the end of the day, a lot of folks are going to celebrate if something happens to Trump. He has a lot of people that do not like him. And I'm not talking about just Democrats and liberals and progressives. I'm talking about people in England and people in Greenland and people in Iran. If something happened to President Trump, you would probably see something. Remember when World War II ended, the famous photograph of the sailor kissing the nurse? Some of you folks have probably, this is a Pulitzer Prize winning photo. Some of you folks have seen it. If something happens to Trump, my guess is it's going to be comparable to a moment like that. I mean, I don't think there's anybody on earth that has more enemies than Trump does. I mean, he said a lot of bad things about a lot of people. Even if you believe what he said was true, the man came into power and took on the whole world at once, whether it's tariffs, United Nations, NAFTA, awful things about Canada, NATO. I mean, you name it. He became the president and took on the whole world at once. So yeah, if something were to happen to him, you're going to probably have the biggest jubilee of humanity the planet has ever seen. Probably bigger than World War II because there may be more countries involved in disliking Trump than were involved in World War II. Go figure. Go figure. So we can talk about whether it's right or wrong. I'm just telling you what will happen. I mean, you said a lot of bad things about a lot of people. It is what it is. I mean, even the Pope is now calling them out. God damn. And the Pope is American. Who would have thought the first American Pope does not like the American president? Never would have thought that. So, yeah, I absolutely believe that he has a reason not to tell people if he's getting ill. I mean, they don't. A lot of them don't give a fuck about me anyway. So why would I want to tell people if I'm coming down with an illness? So yeah, if Trump is coming down, and I see in the comments, Robert Kennedy says he speaks his mind. Yeah, speaking your mind can get you in trouble. It absolutely can. The next guy will be a simp. Enjoy him, says T2. Not Trump is definitely not a simp, I suppose. But then again, you do have the Candace Owens and Megyn Kellys and folks believing he is simping to Netanyahu. Doomsday. Good evening. Straight Talk Commerce.
I tell you, for every person that is happy at the president's passing, there will be people that are just as sad. And it will probably lionize the MAGA base. Just to tell you the truth.
How much more lionized can they be? You got people saying they would take a bullet for Trump. How much more lionized can MAGA get?
I mean, my picture of Mount Rushmore with Trump over the, I mean, you'll see him everywhere. All right, so I have some questions for you.
Hold on, just so people understand, this caller does believe Trump's face should don all 4 figures of Mount Rushmore.
All 4. And there should be 6 more now. Just because I know
I don't know.
Like it.
I'm just laughing because, listen, Trump could turn out to be the best president we've ever had, but right now,
no, it's already decided.
What has he accomplished that's so great already?
Look, listen. You don't like him, that's fine.
That ain't got nothing to do with what I just asked you, though.
Misinformation, if we can.
That ain't got nothing to do with what I just asked you. What has he accomplished right now?
That. I'm trying to help you. No, okay, look. Number 1, he's removing the threat of Iran, a nuclear Iran, from the globe. Number 1. In a few weeks, Cuba will be completely defeated. The regime will change in Cuba. Venezuela, same thing. We are redrawing our allies. We are redrawing and reshaping the world in our best interest. That alone should tell you we're getting every election free and fair. We are taking Doge sledgehammer to our government. We are cleaning house. It is going to be glorious. It is already. You can already feel it. It's palpable.
Wow. So I would say something real quick. I'll say something real quick. Ronald Reagan disbanded the Soviet. You talking about making America safe? Ronald Reagan got rid of the Soviet Union, and he's not on Mount Rushmore. And Roosevelt defeated. Roosevelt in who followed Roosevelt? Truman. They defeated Hitler and all this shit. And they not on Mount Rushmore. Iran, but Iran gets you on there.
Big mistake. Listen. I think I named one of my children after Ronald Reagan. Okay, I stood on the Berlin Wall the night that it came down. So, you don't miss me with that. I 100%, without firing a shot, Reagan defeated the Soviet Union, broke it up into tiny little bits.
But then my point is, if Reagan and FDR are not on Mount Rushmore, you can't put Trump on there.
Hey, listen, I'll go help you carve them in. I 100% believe Ronald Reagan should be in there.
What about Obama? You want to put Obama up there?
For what?
Universal health care?
No, he should be burned in the streets for that. What else?
Oh my God. What about he got us out of Iraq?
You know how I feel about health care. You know how I feel about it. You cannot have universal health care. Even if you got somebody in there that would vote for it, Congress that would pass it, it would crumble faster than you got it. We just can't have it. I'm sorry. And I know that you only love the country when it's handing you shit, you and Queen and Traveler and all these. The only time you like America is when it's cutting you a check. I get it. Just like our European quote-unquote allies. Okay?
To
we
me-
all understand.
To me, I've always said I believe the Republican Party reminds me of the 1990s T-shirts we used to wear in the hood that say, "Don't ask me for shit." Because you always talk about the Democrats giving out free shit. So what's the opposite? Vote Republican. We don't give you a damn thing. We're better for you.
We minimize government and get government the fuck out of your way.
No, you
That's
really.
what we do. We allow you to go and start your own businesses and create things on your own. That's what the Republican Party is about. It's not about being your mama or your daddy and handing you lunch money every day. It is about you going out and starting your own business, pulling yourself up, yes, by your bootstraps, if that's what it takes, and actually achieving something with your life, which even the people in your audience are capable of doing. They just don't believe it yet.
I could agree with you if we were talking about Reagan or HW or George. Under Trump, all of this claiming we're for small government and we're big government, that's bullshit. Trump is absolutely in favor of big government. If a state, bullshit, he's talking about nationalizing the goddamn election. What is that?
What do you mean? No. He's nationalizing election. He's given everything back to the states.
He didn't say he wanted to. Wait. He didn't say he wanted to nationalize the election?
No, that is not what he's talking about. He wants to make it every state follow national rules. We all need to get on the same sheet of music when it comes to rules for the election. It needs to last election day, not election week, or when the Democrats need more votes. Now listen, can we talk about what you talked about?
Wait a minute. First of all, what you just said, I believe, is not only did he say he wanted to nationalize the election, he said he wanted Republicans in control of it.
Well, that would be very smart. I mean,
I thought you were for states' rights. I thought you were for states' rights.
Agree with him if that's what he said.
So you're for big government when the government does what you want it to do. Then
no. I am for a small government that does what I want it to do, which is not much.
I see Trump sending in troops to. I mean, everything Trump is doing is big government oriented.
I am for a very large and hairy military. Yes. That's true.
Internally?
In a military that is used liberally.
Internally? Yes, you're for using the military in American cities?
Well, Tim, when the crime drops the way that it's been dropping in all of those cities, yes. You've let Democrats...
But straight talk, that's what I'm saying.
Let me answer your question.
No, I wasn't done. What I'm saying is, you're claiming you're for small government, but if big government overrides small government and does things you like, then you're certainly in favor of it. You just said hold on. I don't need to relax. I'm sitting down. I'm not standing up. You made it sound like if big government can come into a city, override their police and lower crime, then I'm for big government.
No.
You just said it.
No. Tim, this is why you're not a Republican, because you cannot retain information.
Tell that to liberals.
You have a very hard time understanding when you're not listening to the person that's talking to you. You're thinking about the next thing you want to say. Now listen to what I'm telling you. Temporarily sending troops into a city to stop the violence and get the murder rate down is far different than leaving them there permanently. When we have a problem with these cities that are not enforcing their laws, yes, the federal government, we use them all the time from the 1960s during the civil rights era. We do it all the time.
Here's why I disagree with what you're saying.
Because you're not smart.
No.
That's everyone knows that.
Yeah. It says the guy, you remember, you were the guy that said, in 2 weeks, gas prices are going to be lower than they were before the war. That's you, right?
When did I say that?
You said that about 3 or 4 days ago.
Okay. All right. So are we at 2 weeks yet?
That's the fact you believe that is hilarious.
Okay. Well, guess what? We'll find out who's right and who's wrong.
So I just want to make sure, because I got folks watching. We got hundreds of folks on YouTube. You do be. Hold on. Hang on. Hold on. I have to remind, because this is the craziest shit I've ever heard. You do believe in about 10 days, the price of gas is going to be in the $1.90 range, you said?
Yeah, it will collapse. The price of gas is going to collapse. Yes, I do believe that. Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. I wanted to make sure, because remember, I'm the one that doesn't have the intelligence. You're the smart guy.
I understand that.
Okay.
I understand that. And you know what? Guess what? If in 10 days it hasn't happened, then what?
Then you have no credibility going forward.
You'll hear that from me that my forecast was wrong, and we'll put it out another 10 days.
No.
So
you go push it out 10 more days, huh?
Yeah. I mean, eventually your gas prices are going to tumble.
Well, yeah, it might. It may be in 300 days. You just keep pushing it in increments of 10, huh?
Here's what you need to know. Okay, and this is the reason. Can I tell Can we talk about why I even came up here?
Be my guest. Go ahead.
Okay. How long have we had embargoes on you? You seem very concerned about the Cuban citizens. How long have we had embargoes on the Cuban citizens? On the Cuban government, sorry. Cuban government. How long?
Complete darkness embargo?
100% embargo.
Since Trump just did it not long ago?
Not true. 66 years we have had a trade embargo.
You're talking about just America. He's saying he's preventing anybody in the
world.
Yeah.
You know how those, hold on. Do you know how those embargoes work? Do you know how we embargo that country? I don't think you do. Do you know how
under Trump we're doing it by way of threat.
No. We have always done it by threats. This is how it works.
So how have they been getting energy before Trump came in?
I'll tell you if you'll keep just let me tell you, okay? Let me tell you.
Take your time.
So the President Kennedy started the embargoes in 1960. Okay? 62, actually. And he made a rule that any ship that stopped in Cuba could not stop in an American port for 180 days. And that caused those ships to go, fuck this, I'd rather go to the U.S., not go to Cuba. Okay? And for 66 years, that worked, with the exception of Russia and some of Cuba's other smaller partners. Okay? And they struggled along mightily for that 66 years. Now, Russia can't afford to do that anymore. And the president has tightened, except for humanitarian aid, which he is giving, any boats to go into Cuba. Okay? But it doesn't take away the fact we have been doing this for 60. Obama did it. Biden did it. Reagan did it. Bush did it.
You're wrong.
Nixon did it.
Here's why you're wrong. You said except for you.
What are you talking about?
I'm explaining to you. You said he's tightening it except for humanitarian aid. No, he let Russia go in because he's favorable. Why didn't he let the Venezuelans give him oil? Why did he prevent that from happening? Russia didn't need to do it.
Humanitarian purposes only.
So Venezuelan oil was not for humanitarian purposes, but Russia's is?
No, it was for their economic benefit. And so Russia, listen, it doesn't matter where the oil, I don't think that it matters where the oil comes from. He allowed ships to go in for humanitarian purposes. He did not sanction those ships for that 180 days because of him actually lifted sanctions. He didn't impose sanctions. He lifted the sanctions that are already there.
Yeah, real quick in the comments, some Coffee Talk says, "Why did Democrats call people names when they can't have a real argument?" And you voted for Trump, and you ask a question like that, huh? Jesus Christ. Anyway,
can I go to Iran now?
Go to Iran. I disagree with you on Cuba 100%, but go to Iran.
How many desalinization plants are there in those countries in the Middle East? How many desalinization plants?
I don't know.
Okay, I do know. And so I'm trying to ask you.
When is the last time you went? When is the last time you went to Iran? How do you know how many desalination plants there are over there?
Because I know where to look. I know how to find out information.
Really?
400 desalinization plants in the Middle East. Now that you know that, and by the way, any of your little dummies in the comment section, they got Google just like I do.
Wait, dummies. According to Coffee Talk, only Democrats call people names. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. You guys are dumb as shit.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Now.
Why even try says bye-bye US dollar? Is the US dollar going to take a hit behind all this shit you're selling?
Guess what? our enemies? How many? Listen, do you think these countries are going to stop selling to us? Is that what you think? We are the world's largest customer.
Actually,
they can't afford to.
Actually, that's not true, and I'll tell you why. Once Trump imposed those tariffs, Brazil got a lot more business. China got a lot. Yeah, there's some countries that are not trading with us as much. Yes.
Excuse me, Tim. Yes. And Brazil, our trade with Brazil is less than 1%.
I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about Brazil got no.
Yes, Brazil had to go.
That ain't what I'm talking. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is a lot of other countries started trading with Brazil, started trading with China instead of trading with us. It ain't just Brazil. Other countries did that.
Yeah, we have a net positive of like 18%. So if that's the case, okay, we're still to the good 18% from where we were. And we are making money hand over fist. Can I finish my Iran?
Before you do, and I'll give you time to do that. Thank you. Handsome Conservative says, good show. Gotta go. Thanks for having me on. No problem, Conservative. And Darksider says, choke mouth ain't crap. Says Trump ain't rat shit either. He's talking about, he doesn't call you straight talk. He calls you choke mouth.
He was not talking about me. If you go deeper in the comments, there's somebody called choke mouth or something. I don't know.
Well, before we do, and I see you, Mr. G says MAGA ain't shit. Moving the goalpost to the end. 2 weeks at the end of 2 weeks. Nobody, by the way, believes your prediction on gas prices. But go to Iran.
Okay.
Go to Iran.
I wouldn't say nobody, but none of the dumbasses in the chat believe it.
I got a lot of patriotic damn MAGA in this chat. So it ain't all just liberals. I got patriots in here too, and they don't believe you.
Absolute garbage. Now listen, how many countries? How many desalinization plants have been attacked in the last 2 years by Iran?
Don't know.
So you're all upset that we might attack a desalinization plant, and you're telling in front of all of these Harvard-educated assholes in your chat that you don't even fucking know how many times desalinization plants that have been attacked in the last 2 years by Iran.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Should you be taken seriously or taken off this platform?
Because I don't know how many desalination plants. I should lose my whole show for that.
Talking absolute dumb shit instead of doing a little bit of research and realizing that it is a very, very regular thing in the Persian Gulf and in that region to attack a country's desalinization plants.
I just have a hard time believing that a man who believes Trump is never told a lie is telling me I need to do more research. That's kind of comical, but keep going.
Oh, I give me one of his lies, Tim. Tell me a lie.
I won the 2020 election by a landslide. I won the 2020 election by a landslide is a lie. I never met Stormy Daniels is a lie. I mean, there's a million of them.
Okay, number one, never met Stormy Daniels. He didn't say he didn't.
Yeah, he did. He did.
He said he didn't remember meeting her. Okay. She's a porn star.
Right.
He said he didn't remember meeting her. Are you really saying that President Trump does remember what he remembers? What
Look,
he does
I'm going to tell you what.
He lost in court.
Unless he got dementia or got some of that Bruce Willis shit going on. Hold on, hang on.
As far as winning the 2020
hold on a second.
He won the 2020 election
unless he got dementia or got some of that Bruce Willis shit going on, every dude is gonna remember fucking a porn star.
So you don't.
I repeat that. Every dude is gonna remember. Yeah. Or every dude is gonna remember fucking an actual porn star.
The president.
You
don't believe. Can we put you down for I don't believe the president?
I don't believe your statement that he's never told a lie.
I did not say that. I said I have never heard him tell a lie. I'm not aware of a lie he told. Okay. Because I am not going to tell you what the president knows.
I'll tell you his claim that Iran. Hold on.
You throw this in my face all the time.
I'll tell you a lot of his claims on Iran have been lies. I mean, hold on. I'll tell you one that's clear. When he said back last summer that Iran's nuclear ambitions had been obliterated, it wasn't but a couple of days later that a leak came out that stated that at best we had set them back by only a few months. He was adamant that that was false and everything. So whoever released that leak came and told him, Mr. President, this is not as bad as you're saying, and he kept saying it anyway. So he knew they had not been obliterated.
He disagreed with the person telling him that. Listen, he had other information. He believed that information over someone else. It is not him lying. You want him to be a liar, that's fine. You can think he's a liar. I do not. Yeah. I think that this president is extraordinarily honest. He does what he says he's going to do. Now, do I know that the president lied?
Yeah, Coach Briggs, thank you. Look, this bad information or whatever story you're making up, I'm pretty certain.
Every time you've been wrong, you've been lying. You are a big a liar as the president of the United States, is what you're telling me.
If I've been
every time you lie, or every time you hear and repeat information that's wrong, which is a lot, you lie like the devil.
If I've been advised by the people responsible for advising me that, you know, things went this way, and I'm telling the American people they went that way. Like Tulsi Gabbard.
Okay.
Hold on. Right. Tulsi Gabbard's job is to tell him whether they're developing a nuke or not. Tulsi Gabbard stated that they are not doing this. And he said, well, she don't know what she's talking about.
Yes.
So who told them otherwise?
The information coming from Tulsi Gabbard. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that the entire administration, every general in the Pentagon, every economist is in lockstep agreement when they tell the president something? Because I assure you they are not. Okay. The president seeks out differing, just like you do, differing opinions on things. That way he can discern what's true for himself. And that is a mark of a very intelligent person. When they are not going with what they think, but they get counsel from both sides of an argument and then go with what feels right to them.
And that's what you believe is happening is Trump is getting counsel from both sides and then going with what's
100% happened with Barack Obama, with Joe Biden, with Bill Clinton, with George Bush. There is no way you can tell me with a straight face that Barack Obama did not call people in who disagreed with other of his aides. There's no way. That would be the dumbest thing you could do.
No, I wouldn't do that. What I'm going to do though is suggest that I believe Trump is getting advice and going against everybody in the room and doing what he wants to do. I think it was pretty obvious, and he was warned that if you attack Iran, they're going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. And he went into Iran with no exit plan, and it's looking more and more obvious. How many different reasons Trump has gave us? This whole war is only a month and a half old, and he's giving us 3 different reasons.
Yeah. Can I tell you something?
Sure.
Look, he does that so he doesn't give his enemy any idea of what he's going to do. Okay? Have you ever read Sun Tzu, The Art of War?
You're making excuses for lying.
No, I'm not making excuses.
Yes, you are.
But you're trying to tell everybody in here that you are going to be 100% transparent to the press, tell them everything you're going to do, and you will be run through like that. Now, no way is he going to do that. And by the way, there is an exit strategy in Iran. It's been there the entire time.
What is the goal in Iran, in your opinion?
Not in my opinion. It is the only thing that can happen. Okay? Iran is the one closing the Strait of Hormuz. We are not closing the Strait of Hormuz.
What is the goal? What are we trying to accomplish in Iran?
The goal is regime change. We've already accomplished that goal. 1. So, number 1, the same people running the show there are not running the show anymore. They're with Allah. Okay?
His fucking child. Wait. His damn kid is running the show. What are we happy with that?
Have you seen him?
Have you seen his body? Have you seen his body? How do you know he's? Well, first of all, it's pretty clear that Iran is still operating as a country that is being governed. It's pretty obvious that the same mindset of the regime. Yeah, they're still trying to attack America. The same regime.
Hey, listen? It is bifurcated, dude. That country, the leadership has collapsed. That's why you have
leadership is not. How can leadership has collapsed? Yet they're on TV offering rewards, State TV is still running. They're offering rewards for the pilots. They're shooting.
It splintered into about 20 or 30 different people claiming to be in charge.
Based on what? Where are you hearing that from?
Based on conflicting information coming out of Iran. One minute Iran says one thing, 1 minute Iran says the next thing. And Iran, by the way, Iran is desperately trying to get its neighbors to not attack it.
I have not heard anybody.
They are peddling as fast as they can, because in that area, you show the tiniest. Saddam did the same thing. You show the tiniest bit of weakness, and here they come running. They will overrun you like the cockroaches that they are. So Iran has to be very careful about how they present themselves to the rest of the world. Because the Kurds from the north will come in and eat that lunch. It will be a field day for Saudi Arabia. All the countries around them hate their guts.
Yet somehow
they would mass troops and run through them like shit through a goose.
Yet despite all of that weakness and disorganization of Iran that you state, they've somehow been able to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, and now they don't shot down 3 aircraft in a single fucking day. In a single day, they shot down 3 aircraft.
They can close the Strait of Hormuz. Who does that hurt? Who does closing up their windows?
How about the 3 U.S. aircraft that got shot down? Who does that hurt?
I mean, we got back. How many of our pilots did we get back?
So what is
more training? We had more training accidents than that in a weekend of training.
Can't believe.
Listen, I want us to be perpetually at war. If we lose just 3 aircraft during this, we need to find the next victim, because that is the least amount of aircraft we have lost in a very long time.
Well, actually, we lost 3 of them in Kuwait too, so it's actually 6 aircraft that have went down.
Okay, yeah. We normally lose about 100 per year.
You sound like somebody. That sounds like
we lose a lot of.
That sounds like
300 people a year in training accidents.
Your insensitivity to death sounds like something somebody who has no skin in the game would say. People's kids are dying. What?
100% that's not true. But it is the reality of what this situation is. I lost 18 friends in a Scud missile attack. I am 100% the last guy you can accuse that of.
I'm just saying.
All I'm saying is it is that's why you don't want to fight a war unless you're forced to. In this case, we were forced to. You guys are so fucking soft, it is not even funny. Your grandfathers were the greatest generation. They went in at 12 and 13 years old to fight the German threat and the Japanese. And they raised some grandkids that are absolutely the weakest sauce imaginable.
Our grandparents were not called to answer these optional wars. They went and fought a war that we needed for necessity. A lot of Americans. 100%
was necessary.
I don't
know where
you got members of you're saying it's a necessary war, yet you got members of Trump's own administration saying it wasn't necessary. That's telling.
What was the alternative?
The alternative was the deal that Obama put in place, that the world thinks was working fine.
They already know they were not abiding by that agreement. That was a one-sided agreement.
Right.
We paid them a bunch of money. They took it, said thank you very much. We got our money back, and we're going to spend it on missile technology and nuclear technology. So stop with the bullshit. They didn't stop.
I'm just going to tell you, the entire world disagrees with you outside of Netanyahu. All of our NATO allies do not agree with what you and Trump said about they were going to.
That is 100% not true. And by the way, they showed you when they fired the missiles.
Which country?
Kilometers more than they said they could.
Which country believes that Iran was not following in terms of?
Every single one of them.
That's not true.
Every one of them.
That's not true.
And they are led by people like yourself with their head up their ass, and they don't want, just like you see the truth, but you don't want to admit it. You struggle with the truth. That's why you think everything's a lie.
No, I think you're lying. I don't think everything's a lie. I think you're lying.
You don't want to admit that Iran told you to your face for 40 years they wanted death to you. They wanted you to be unalive and your children. They are a death cult, and they were making plans and carrying through those plans. And they got what they got.
Okay. Well, I got to leave it at that. Unfortunately, you know, I can talk to you forever. I do got to move it on, but we way over time. But it's always, you're always welcome back to the program. Goddamn it, straight talk. You know that. We just don't agree on shit. I think you're crazy, but you're always welcome back.
Listen, I think deep down, you know what I'm saying to you is the truth. You just need this is a little extra income for you, Timmy. I think that you 100% know what I'm saying is true.
Not even if somebody put a gun to my head. I gotta go though.
Sure.
Straight talk. Sure. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate it. Tap the screen. Get us on up to 90,000. No, I don't agree with my last caller, but I do defend his right to speak on the program. In the comments, Mr. G says the only reason Iran was attacked because Iran included that mini Pearl Harbor. Wait a minute. The writing on this is some of the words. Somebody says the only reason Iran was attacked, including that mini Pearl Harbor we did on that Iranian ship. Yeah, I don't quite get the wording of what you're trying to say, but I do recall seeing the video of us using a submarine to blow up an Iranian ship. And it was, man, I cannot imagine how awful that was for those people to be on that ship. I mean, you see the whole thing rise up out of the water, and I think Sri Lanka or I forgot the name of the country that ended up having to pick the bodies out of the water, but they recovered like 80, 90 bodies. So that was we killed a lot of people just blowing that one boat up. We've killed a lot of Iranians in this conflict. A lot of Iranians have died over the last month and a half because of what Trump has done. Choke mouth commerce. Talking about my last caller, says Dark Side Rider. Chokemouth Commerce doesn't know what he's talking about. I would like to know what his predictions for the groceries, you're talking about grocery prices. They are high, they haven't come down, making uneducated guesses. Stupid he really is. Well, let me just say, I can tell you what his prediction is. And I'm sure he would agree with this. If you believe gas is going to drop back down to under $2 a gallon in the next couple of weeks, you'd have to assume grocery prices are going to follow. So my guess is he believes that grocery prices in the economy is going to have a serious resurgence. I mean, if gas drops that low, that would make a lot of things more affordable. I don't believe it's going to happen. Certainly not as quick as he's saying in 2 weeks. Or actually, it's less than 2 weeks now. It's less than 2 weeks. But I don't, and I posted the video of him saying it, so we all know it's on my TikTok. It's on the TikTok pages. So, some of these videos we have here, where you see me sitting here, you can hear the caller. They're formed into clips, and I do have a minute or I think a 90-second clip of him saying that and explaining it. So we'll see if it comes true. But that's pretty fucking quick. 2 weeks. For gas. Look, it takes time for the ships to get through the strait. I mean, just to get from over there to here, that's got to be a week, ain't it? I mean, 2 weeks is really, really pushing it. And then the fuel has to be dispersed all over America. That's really pushing it. Before I go to the next caller, get us up to 90,000. Tap the screen. Smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. Help your boy out. Real quick in the comment section, why even try says being able to print our own money has kept us solvent. That is gone. Thank you, Blue One Bangs with the Galaxy. Haven't seen one of those today. Thank you. Appreciate that. Being able to print our own money has kept us solvent. That is gone because of Trump. The orange monster is the end of American dominance of the world economy. I'm not quite there yet. I don't like the path we're headed on. But I will say I do believe some of our allies are probably trying to ride out Trump. Fact is, even the Iranians know a lot of Americans are not down with the war, for instance. You see these Lego videos they're releasing? You can tell from the video, they know that, they're releasing that because they know a lot of Americans are sharing that shit. Hell, I shared one of them. They know a lot of Americans are not down with the war. Right? There's just nothing we can do about it. Just like their citizens that are being slaughtered while protesting. Somebody said, alter ego, thank you. Just like their citizens that are protesting or allegedly being slaughtered or whatever. There's nothing they can do about it. Once the government is in control, the people have to really go through hell to change it forcibly. Usually requires some serious civil unrest and a lot of deaths because the government has all the weapons and power. So they know a lot of citizens are not happy with all of these military incursions Trump is involved in. Remember, Trump has made it clear Cuba will be next. Most Americans are not in favor of that either. He's made it clear that Cuba will be next. Said it several times. Coach Briggs, thank you. So they know that, and they're going to play on that. Just like what happened in Venezuela. I think he got more support for Venezuela because it didn't cost American lives. It was fairly quick, and the country is functioning for the most part. I don't think the bombing of the drug boats was not very popular, but it was a very small amount of casualties. He's killing a lot of people in Iran. It's not a small amount of people dying in Iran. So anyway, going back to the box, are we at night? Tap the screen, get the likes on up, if you will. We'll make it happen with Andy. Good evening, Andy.
Hello.
Hey.
I laughed at when I heard him talking because Trump was just on TV 2 days ago saying, we can't afford daycare. We can't afford Medicare. We can't afford Medicaid. We need to spend our entire budget on wars, and said that the state should pick that stuff up. And then he said with his whole chest, the state should raise taxes.
Well, give me 1 second, because I think I know what you're talking about.
Can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You can't do it.
What about America First? Where is the America First in that?
There's not. Get to the part where he tells them to pay more taxes. That's my favorite part.
Well, you want to play the whole clip?
Move towards the end a little bit when he tells them that the states are going to have to pay
We have to take care of one thing, military protection. We have to guard the country. But all these little things, all these little scams that have taken place, you have to let states take care of them. The United States.
Well, this clip is shortened, but the only way states are going to do that is you're going to have to pay taxes. I mean, that's kind of what he's indicating. But he's basically saying the federal government is not going to have your back on that at all. But what about what my last caller was talking about? The Democrats want free shit. So I guess they're viewing daycare as Democrats wanting free shit.
Well, then why do we keep giving out corporate welfare? See, I don't understand how we give out corporate welfare to bail out industries that'll be just fine, but yet we can't help the people of America. That would be America first, not the nonsense they're talking about. And we all paid into Medicare and Medicaid, our taxes, for years. And reality check. Now he wants to wipe out our money to spend on his senseless wars. Why is he saying we need a wartime economy in the next year?
Well, he's already. Well, in my
2 weeks.
Well, Maestro, man, thank you for that lovely Easter bunny. Thank you. Well, what I would say is he's already indicated Cuba will be next. This is going on in Iran. We know that stuff costs money, blowing up Venezuelan boats and stuff like that. He's asking for $1 trillion, but it should be obvious why he's asking for the money and why he changed the Secretary of Defense to the Secretary of War, Department of War. So
if Cuba is such a threat to us, why did he let a Russian tanker ease in them there to give them fuel? He did that. Is he helping his buddy Vladimir Putin? Is he trying to make Cuba look like they're a big enough threat that they need, intervention? How can they need military intervention when they can't even keep the lights on? See, that is the insane stuff that I hear them say. Because they don't think when they talk, they just bloviate bullshit and expect the rest of us to nod our heads and go, yeah, that's right, when it's absolutely wrong. Trump shouldn't need that military budget. If he said no new wars. Yeah. That's what he ran on. He said this was imminent. So anything after this isn't imminent. It's just him wanting to be a wartime president. And him wanting to, take the budget for that is ridiculous.
Why do you think? Let me ask you, because I got some wording from MAGA in some of my comments, but let me ask you, because you obviously are not MAGA. Why do you think he is jonesing for Cuba? Why do you think he's threatening Cuba?
Because he wants to be the one that he wants to be a great colonizer. He wants his name stuck on everything. He thinks this is the way to go. Have you seen the rendering he made of what he wants Trump library to look like? Everybody in the world is making fun of him. Like, there is no place on the earth that doesn't think that he's just a fool.
Well, if you got one of the wealthiest countries on earth, and they're just pretty much giving you access to the money to do whatever you want, why not make it big and bold?
Yeah, but we haven't. That's why we're insolvent currently, right? That's why we can't pay our bills. Yeah, because that makes sense, because Donald Trump's never missed a meal. Even when he went financially bankrupt with his companies, he's never missed a meal because his wealth was, hidden with, trust and all of that. So when you have a man that's never missed a meal, doesn't know what it's like to work, you have a whole Nepo baby cabinet that doesn't understand the American public are starving because they all come from money and none of them actually had to work.
Well, they are.
It is ridiculous the amount of billionaires we have in the cabinet talking about we care about we the people. That's bullshit.
Well,
they care about enriching their pockets. Pete Hegseth got almost, caught trying to buy stock before the war. Don Jr. and them invested in a drone company. You don't think we're just making Don Jr. rich?
They're all getting exceptionally wealthy. But listen to this comment before we continue. Joe Box says, now here goes the news flash. This caller is an actor, and she plays 3 different characters. Most of Tim's callers are actors, and he's actually an agent. What is that?
What other characters do I play? And where is my fucking paycheck?
And I'm an agent of who? Agent. I'm an agent. I got upgraded. An agent? Wow.
Well, apparently he doesn't realize most of us have a reputation on TikTok. Most people in this room know who I am. Other people on TikTok know who I am. And I always say the same shit, sir. So I don't know if you're delusional or you're just off your meds, but whichever it is, please sit down and behave.
Well, I take it as a compliment. Andy, I take it as a compliment. Nobody's ever called me an agent before. That sounds pretty cool. I'm not a host. I'm an agent now.
I think it's funny they all think we're paid actors when they don't even know the damn Constitution. I am tired of asking people, especially veterans, that really pisses me off. How many amendments in the Constitution? Can't tell me. How many articles in the Constitution? Can't tell me. What are the first 10 amendments of the Constitution called? Can't tell me. Like they cosplay being patriots. They cosplay being Christians because I can read them Bible verse after Bible verse that tells them not to be doing what they're doing. They don't care because they're cosplaying being Christian. They just want to put on a cloak and tell themselves that's who they are and tell themselves they're all good and great when in reality it's a substitution for actually having character, morals, and conviction.
So then I'm going to assume you agree with the statement here is likely possible. Do you believe that Trump may be committing war crimes or crimes against humanity?
We know he did because now he's trying to walk away from the double tap. Pete Hegseth, who said he saw it, now say, well, I didn't tell him to, unalive them all. It's hilarious the way they're dancing around that boat situation right now. So, yeah, they know, and I think Pete will be the next to go. I think that's why he was firing generals the other morning. Yeah, just what we need in the military conflict. Let's get rid of the people that know most about war being fired by a man who's never been to war and is a weekend warrior. How fucking, like, there's nothing American first about that.
And that makes me wonder, because they're allowing military personnel to carry their own personal firearms. Why do you think they would do something like that in the middle of this?
Apparently, they don't know how many PTSD people we have. It is absolutely disgusting how little they actually understand about what's going on in the world. Like I said, we're letting a bunch of billionaires cosplay positions. They don't even know what they're doing. Like, I love the fact that they came out and admitted they broke the First Amendment to the Constitution. Brendan Carr came out and admitted the reason they want to get rid of NPR and PBS and all that is to silence liberal voters. Yeah. He said that. So go ahead and admit you broke the First Amendment to the Constitution. Congratulations. Then they admitted at CPAC with their whole chest that, what was the other thing? It was the First Amendment. I can't remember. But the firing of the FBI agents.
Oh.
So,
they fired him for what reason? They fired him for what reason?
The guy that replaced Pam Bondi went to CPAC and admitted the reason they fired those guys was because they had investigated Donald Trump and nothing more. So, so there's FBI agents who actually have a court case going against the Trump administration for wrongful firing. So they just made sure that court case was won because they admitted to it out in public, loud and proud.
Well, they're going to have to.
This is my problem. They're breaking the law, then they're admitting to breaking the law because they know Trump won't do anything about it.
Well, wasn't there, speaking of breaking the law and breaking the rules and not doing anything about it, did you hear about the guy that flew, with the guys that flew the copter to Kid Rock's house and they got suspended, and Hegseth immediately lifted the suspension and called them patriots when they literally were doing something they shouldn't have been doing?
Right. And Kid Rock, wasn't it 2 weeks ago, was telling the Trump administration they were wrong for this war in the first place. And because he got mad because Trump didn't take his side on the Live Nation Ticketmaster thing.
You saying Kid Rock called Trump out?
Yeah.
Wow.
He got mad when Trump didn't take but he's already back in the fold. But for a couple of weeks, even he was speaking out.
Wow.
We got Joe Kidd speaking out. Like, have you seen all the stuff coming out about them? Look, Candace Owens kicked that bucket over on.
I'm really surprised MAGA hasn't went in on Candace Owens because because of the whole Charlie Kirk and stuff. She's been really challenging a lot of that stuff.
They really can't say nothing because inside a TPS video was leaked out over the weekend that showed them having underage parties, feeding the little guys that were under 21 alcohol. They had a girl dancing in a champagne glass, half dressed. Oh, yeah.
This is all turning point.
Their Christian lifestyle. They're cosplaying being Christians. I'm telling you. And all this came out, and they talked about all the men in TPS that were down low, and that they were blackmailing them for being, oh, yeah, it is so bad.
Wow.
Like, all this came out from their own people over the weekend. So, they ain't got a lot to say to Candace because realistically, the organization's turning on her. It's wild work.
You're talking Turning Point. Wow, I didn't hear all this that was going on with Turning Point. They have some real parties over there, huh?
That video was released over the weekend. I'll try to find it and send it to you. Oh, yeah. And it comes from people inside the administration who are actually speaking out and talking,
Isn't there a song that says ain't no party like a Christian party because a Christian party don't stop? I don't know. That sounds pretty wild. I hadn't heard all of that.
I mean, it's like I'm telling you, it's wild. They'll admit to crimes. Like I said, at least the lawsuits will be won because Trump can't really do anything about the judges, even though he really wants to. And MAGA keeps saying every time a judge rules against them, oh, they're just liberal, blah, blah, blah. They don't even know the law.
Yeah,
and that breaks down the judicial branch. It's bad enough they already got Congress to take a knee, but they want to take that third branch of government out too while yelling, I'm a fucking patriot.
So let me ask you, what do you personally believe the goals are? Now, I asked Straight Talking, my other call. What do you actually think the goal is in Iraq? What is Trump? What is the administration?
Iran?
Yeah.
And thank you for saying Iran correctly. Every time I hear those yahoos say Iran, I'm like, you can't even pronounce the name of the fucking country. But yet you think you know so much. But yet, yeah, we don't say Italy. We say Italy. Like, I don't know. I don't understand. Did they miss English? I don't know. I actually think I think Trump wants to have not a hard G side on him. Because I don't know if you've seen how many of the Republican candidates are coming out with Islamophobia everywhere. Tommy Tuberville's one of them. I see it in my state really heavy. That's why I'm aware. He wants to get rid of an Islamic girls' school just because. They didn't do anything.
You know, it's interesting you say that because Luke Skywalker in the comments, exactly when you said the G side, he said he wants to kill people. You think he just wants to hurt people?
Yeah. I think they want, in the name of Christianity, they have convinced themselves the only way this can be a Christian world is for them to annihilate their enemies. I mean, otherwise, why are we kicking plain people that are just practicing Islam? Why are we kicking them out of the country? Like, why are we trying to get rid of these
You
people?
make him
They haven't done
sound
anything
like
wrong.
you
What
make him.
happened to the First Amendment about freedom of religion? They don't want freedom of religion. They want this, like, they want us to be like Hungary, a one-party Christian nation. Read Project 2025. Remember when I told you about Project 2025 and you laughed at me in the very beginning? Yeah.
But you
ain't
make him.
laughing now, are
You
you?
make Trump sound like Hitler on steroids.
Yeah, and look at what he's doing.
A
I wasn't
one,
wrong.
a Christian planet.
Look at Hungary. That's why Donald Trump invoked Viktor Orban's name at the debate. They used the same blueprint in Hungary to take down their democracy as the Heritage Foundation's doing right now with Project 2025, which is more than 50% complete now. For all those who were naysayers, that's marching right on down the track. So now we have them openly admitting to it. But the deal is, and that's why you have some of these nationalists all of a sudden being out there being so racist and misogynistic, because they think the tide is turning where they can just talk that way out in public and somebody ain't going to clock them.
Well, I'm going to say, if what you're saying is true, if I'm white or if I'm a Christian, certainly a Christian nationalist, I wouldn't care what Trump did in regards to leading this country, because at the end of the day, he's going to put me on top. Based on what you're saying, if I'm let's say a straight white Christian male, so he could fail at whatever he's failing at. If you're here to make my type superior, then I'm always root for you. If what you're saying is true.
What do you mean if? Go look at Project 2025. It outlines it for you in detail. This is why he wrote the 3 amendments that weakened the Civil Rights Act. The one about merit in banking, the one about DEIA, and then the one that removed impact disparate, so that you had to, you couldn't just sue because something actually affected you because it was racist. You had to hunt down the racist yourself and prove it, which is a lot harder to do. Like, he basically was undercutting. It's intentional. We are watching look, that's why they're picking up all the migrants, and that's why they went to the Supreme Court and said, hey, we want to profile people.
So this is just one. So based on what you're saying, this is just one big administration of white supremacists and racists.
Yeah, pretty much. And billionaires who want to be richer. Because we're talking about Trump saying we can't afford daycare, but we just gave the biggest tax cut in U.S. history to the top 1%. They can do just fine. But if you're suffering, and by the way, we can't afford childcare, but you need to have a baby.
Yeah, I don't get that. That's a great point. If he comes out and says we can't afford childcare, but they talking about we need more babies, the hypocrisy in that is crazy. But let me ask you something, because what you just said is really concerning. If you believe that if this is just a big administration of white supremacists and racists, where do we go from here? Like, how do we, if what you're saying is true, people like me are obviously in great danger, but how do we turn this around? Like, are we at a point of no return? Can we get back from this? I don't
know. And that's what's been stressing me out so bad, Tim, because in other times, like, we were heading towards fascism when World War II broke out. If Japan hadn't clocked us when they did, go watch a Yahtzee town in America. It's a town in Pennsylvania that were already full-on fascist when the war started. If the war hadn't started, we could have very easily become fascist then. The government fought it off with, after we got back from the war, and the mob even played a part in busting some of that up. But I don't know how we fix it now, and that is so concerning to me. I mean, we can write laws and all, but and we have allowed so many of these creators on these platforms to fill young people's minds with crazy shit. Have you seen the Manosphere?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I have.
It's wild. They are literally brainwashing America. Donald Trump, when he was in office the first time, put in a homeschool plan from PragerU. It's called littlepatriotslearning.com. Go look at who their heroes are.
How do you respond to Coffee Talk in the comments? So you said, if it's so bad, why wouldn't you move? I would never stay in a country I didn't like.
Where am I going to move to? The whole world is becoming this fascist regime. Donald Trump is trying to do this to other countries. He's trying to take away England's ability to have freedom to not talk trash on the internet. You don't realize that Donald Trump is meddling in every other country too. And if Americans all move out of this country, we're just going to wreck some other country because we're going to overwhelm their population. We're going to fix our problem at home because we are the majority, Coffee. We are the majority, not you. And the majority should rule. And don't worry, come the midterms, we're going to fix that shit.
What happens
and then you'll be uncomfortable? And wait, I want to know why he's still here, because he lived through the Biden administration. Yet you're still here, Coffee. And when it turns blue again, are you still going to be here? Because welcome to the midterms. Because even Boca Raton, where Donald Trump lives, has now got a blue mayor.
You talking about down there? Yeah. I mean, but even if, speaking of, you mentioned the midterms. If the midterms go blue, as many analysts are predicting, does Trump get to serve out the remaining 2 years of his term?
No, he doesn't. If we get enough senators, he absolutely does not.
Wow. That could be a mess. You think the country can, the country would...
First of all, listen to what his niece said about his mental state. Go look at what all the doctors are saying. Why is he having to go to Walter Reed so often for cognitive tests? Nobody needs that many checkups for a cognitive test unless they're doing a baseline on you. Because they don't even give you one until they think something's wrong. He's had 3 or 4 by now. And he bragged about them, which... And he, on top of that, you're supposed to have 1 physical a year. It's the annual physical. Trump had 3 last year. Tried to play it off as something completely different. 1 in the spring, 1 in the fall, 1 at the end of the year. I'm like, dude, that's...
Well, he's got to be healthy, Andy, if he's going to run in 2028.
And by the way, yeah, he gonna make it to... Look, I think the way his health is now, I don't think he'd make it through his first term, even if we kicked him out. And Donald Trump wants to remove the filibuster before the Democrats get in office so he can pass the SAVE Act, which is going to disenfranchise his voters, because most Republican women are the ones that don't have passports. So, when he wipes out the Republican women from voting, that'll be cute. Yeah, I truly believe that. So if he screws up and they remove the filibuster, the Democrats will have full reign come November.
I hope some of that is right, Andy. I got to move it on, but you certainly paint a frightening picture.
I've only made one prediction that you can lay at my feet was wrong, and that was Kamala was going to get elected. But the rest of that shit I told you has all been true.
And all of that is frightening.
So think about that. So have a good night, y'all. Bye.
All right, Andy. Good talk. Frightening indeed. Concerning. Hopefully that's wrong. An administration full of white supremacists and racists. That would be scary. Hopefully we don't see that culminate into reality. Anyway, I'm going to need you guys to tap the screen, get us up to 110,000. Feel free to help your boy out with the TikTok cap and hat mustache goal. This is free speech, uncensored programming. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody. Doesn't matter what your political affiliation is. You get to speak here freely without any concern of the host trying to limit your time or dictate what you should state. You guys know what I always say. We're MAGA friendly to the end. Always have been. Always will be. Our comments go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. That's what we mean when we say everybody gets to speak. Trump said bad actors because they are good actors. Huh? I got the True Crime Info podcast. Just got pick right time. Don't want to ruin the flow. T2, what are you saying there? I believed in Trump, but not anymore. I believe God has a plan and nothing can change it. Well, I made it clear, Thomas, that when I was waiting in line at a Trump rally, I had one of the Trump supporters tell me when I was in line that Trump was sent here by God to run this great nation. So you say God has a plan. Maybe his plan was Trump. Wasn't there a lady the other day acknowledging Trump, saying that, God, they tried to kill him and they tried to persecute him like Jesus? Wasn't somebody just saying that about Trump the other day? So a lot of MAGA believes that God does have a plan, and that plan is Trump. Tim asked Miss Angie, who I just separated from, but you're telling me that Miss Andy, Andi, by the way, you said ask Andy, what does she think about that? What does she think about what dumbass choke mouth commerce said earlier? Watch her opinion on that. I wish I had saw that. I would have. I'm sure she don't agree with anything that Straight Talk Commerce said, but I would have liked to hear her orate her opinion on that too. Dark Side. Next time I'll be sure to pass that on and ask her that. Looking at the comments, are you a Trump supporter? Are you serious as a black man? Shaking my head. I guess old fools do age. Yikes. Johnny, watch the program a little bit more. You should get your answer. Thank you for your input. Appreciate you tuning in. I agree with that, but look how far he has to humble himself. Now, I don't know how so, but his fruits show arrogance, huh? Okay. Anyway, tap the screen, get us up to 110,000. We'll take our next caller shortly. You happen to be watching on Instagram, TikTok, or Substack, follow the program. You happen to be watching us live on YouTube, give your boy a sub. We are here most weekdays. Then you haven't read the Bible. You guys are talking amongst each other. Both parties are the same black men. Trump is the same as Dems. That ain't what we were told when he was running. He was going to expose the deep state. He's going to drain the swamp. He wasn't taking a salary. He was here to do it out of the kindness of his own heart. He wanted to correct America so much, make America great so much that he was going to do it for free. Wasn't even going to take a salary. Now he's in there, and every time he gets criticized, well, you know they all like that. That wasn't what we were told. Thank you for the hat and mustache. Somebody showed some love. Who was that? Thank you for supporting the program there, Lewis. Appreciate that. Yeah, now that Trump is not measuring up to many of his campaign promises, well, suddenly, they're all two birds of the same stone. They all like that. No, he was not supposed to be like that. Remember, he's not a typical politician. He shoots straight from the hip. He calls it as he sees it. Now all of a sudden he's just one of everybody. He's just one of many. All of a sudden, no way in hell did you hear MAGA saying that Democrats and Republicans with Trump in there were two birds of the same stone. But when he doesn't measure up now, well, they all like that. No, I'm not gonna entertain that whatsoever. Coach Briggs, good evening. Welcome to the program. Some of his promises were good, but I could tell he was a liar. Yikes. Says, who says that? Love something. The voice says some of his promises were good, but you could tell he was a liar. Coach Briggs, good evening.
Hey, how you doing, Tim?
I'm doing all right. What am I getting wrong here tonight?
I don't know, man. The guest before the young lady was on, that was just making all of these excuses. I thought we had got beyond that because all of my friends that are MAGA voters, and yes, I do have friends that are MAGA voters, they don't feel the same way in that. They're switching, they're changing. They're like, what is going on? Which way are we going? This is not what I voted for.
Let me ask you this. Now, you're African American, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Are your MAGA friends African American?
It's a mix. Yeah, I have. Yeah.
The reason I'm asking that is because my personal view is that Black MAGA is still overwhelmingly happy with Trump. Most of the people I hear that may be questioning some of his outcome as opposed to what he campaigned on, most of them are white. But the Black MAGA, they seem to be still pretty happy with him.
Yeah, well, I think what has happened to my Black MAGA friends, you're right. With social issues and a lot of stuff, they were still there. They were still, riding that coattail. And most of them are middle class to wealthy, and so a lot of stuff won't affect them. So socially, they were on board. But once the Iran thing happened, the Iran thing happened, and quite a few of them are veterans, and quite a few of them, I know at least 5 of them have kids, and 3 of them that have already gotten called up.
Wow.
You know, now it's right in their home. It's on their doorstep.
Yeah, and I will say, they often say, like James Carville said, it's the economy stupid. But I think two of the things that have really cost Trump the most supporters are probably this war. Obviously, something nobody was expecting, and I think Epstein probably has cost him a few too. But the economy, well, the war and the economy are kind of interchanged because the economy suddenly got much, much worse once he decided to attack Iran. So I believe that those two, if there's anything that cost Trump some supporters, I think probably the Iran war may be the worst out of all of them. Because you're right, a lot of folks have kids in it.
You know, the irony of it is, I thought that his goal was to make sure that no matter what happened, the midterm elections are going to be challenged. If the Democrats win, they're going to sue in every state. I thought they were planning on doing. I think the war is kind of thrown off the operation that they had in the first place.
No, you seen him chuckle when he was standing next to Vladimir Zelensky of the Ukraine and was like, "Oh, all we got to do is start a war, and they can't have an election." I don't know. I mean, the war may have a purpose behind it too.
I think the interruption of the midterms were the goal. And here's the other question that I have. I've been listening, and I think Netanyahu threw something out there in one of his interviews, and I don't know how close people paid attention to it. But when he talked about controlling the oil of Iran, and it coming through Israel, I'm not thinking people are really paying too much. I think they think Netanyahu is about a land grab, but I think it's more than that. Am I wrong or am I right? I mean, what do you think?
I know Netanyahu is doing what's in the best interest of himself and Israel. I mean, so you could be right, but here's something I don't understand. And I said this, and a few folks didn't like me for saying this, but I'm gonna repeat it. To me, the Muslims are probably just as bad as the Negroes on this shit. And what I mean is, you notice how the European nations team together, whether we're talking NATO, whether we're talking the Warsaw Pact, to defend each. Why the hell don't African and Arab nations do that? I mean, because when you look at the United States and the Middle East, Iraq, Afghanistan, now we're over in Iran. I mean, there was, we've had issues with Libya. They literally just sitting back and watching us idly pick off nation after nation. Like, you think we're going to end with Iran? You think we're not going to come back in 10 or 15 years with a different enemy? Like, when are you guys going to team up and prevent this from happening?
I think we need to pump the brakes a little bit on that, because in the Middle East, when I went over there serving in the Navy, I found out a lot of things about it. In the Middle East, especially when it comes to Iran, they were literally Persians until the Muslims from Iraq came in.
Whoa.
So I mean, it's kind of
but they got more in common with their neighbors than they do with America or Israel.
Well, yeah, but now and then too. Look at the fact of I don't even want to put it on whether it's the Democratic president or Republican president. But look at the hand washing that goes on. It's just more blatant by Trump. But look at the hand washing that's going on over there.
Yeah, but here's what I don't understand. Okay, you keep siding with the United States. And eventually we grow tired of you, or you don't take orders right, and then we deem you as an enemy. And because we were friends with each one of these nations at one point. We were helping the Afghans fight Russia back in the 80s. We were helping the Iraqis at one point. We were friends with the Iranians at one point. Like, you guys are gonna keep teaming up with us until you become the next person. Like, how many countries in your region do we need to attack before you realize it's only a matter of time?
But Tim, that's the thing, and it's right there in your face. And regardless of whatever any one of these countries do, if they don't come together, the United States has the biggest, baddest battle machine. That's it. That's what we have. I don't mean to put it any other kind of way. That's what we have. That's what keeps us viable in the world. We have the biggest, baddest battling machine.
Yeah, but I agree we have the biggest, baddest battle machine, as you put it, but North Korea seem to be doing okay. I mean, anybody fucking with them? There's a lot of countries that have done what's necessary, even though we got the baddest military, that we not gonna fuck with them. I mean, it's as simple as that.
North Korea sitting their ass over there on their nuclear weapons because they don't want a nuclear war. But guess what? North Korea know good and hell well there's nothing they could do with us if we wanted to get rid of them. We got South Korea right there. We got the demilitarized zone. So it's already set. They're not going to attack South Korea, and they know if they did, we get rid of them.
Well, I think the thing is though, even though we could get rid of these countries, America still doesn't like the price to pay to do that. Like I always say, when you look at the old Rocky movies with Sylvester Stallone, he won most of the fights, but look how he looked at the end of the fight. Americans don't want to look like that to achieve victory. If we, like what we're talking about with a ground war with Iran, we would eventually win, but we're going to look like Rocky at the end of the fight. So you're mentioning North Korea, we would win, but you're going to look like Rocky at the end of the fight. So as long as America knows that country will inflict a lot of damage on us, that's enough to keep us at bay.
But I'm not even. I came on your show one time, on your podcast, on your one time, and I made a statement almost agreeing with what Trump has done, but not the way. Because I came on here and I told you between the Houthis, Hezbollah, and all of the splinter groups, every one of them was being controlled by Iran. And I said, in order to stop anything, you have to cut off the head of the snake.
I remember that.
But here's the problem. If you cut off, and I'm going to use this as an analogy. When you cut off the head of the snake, guess what? The snake can still poison your ass because he ain't dead.
Yeah.
And I think you have to do it the right way. And we went in totally wrong. And that snake ain't dead. These people over there, these people trust and believe these people will die. I say we'll die for our country. No, these people will die for their country.
I think what Trump should have done is a better job of selling it to the American people and our allies. That's the first thing. If you really want to go into Iran, you need to convince our allies. Like, okay, George W. Bush, for instance, he was able to sell the Iraq war. It was based on a lie, but he was able to sell it enough that, for instance, in America, more people in America favored us going into Iraq. There were still the Cindy Sheehans and Dixie Chicks that were against it, but more folks supported that war effort than this one. And what makes this one even worse is that you got to deal with the remnants of that one. Now that we've failed with Iraq in that, folks are already expecting it when Trump started talking about Iran. So he did a piss poor job selling it to the American people. And before we continue, Mr. G, I will tackle your comment in detail because it's a good one. Go ahead there, Coach.
But Tim, one of the things that made me mad about Obama going into his second term was the negotiations that he had with Iran. And I'll tell you the first reason why is just being military and them and going in and we don't negotiate with terrorists. But here's what made this even worse for me. Trump comes in, and you tear up the deal.
Yeah.
You don't do anything to enhance the deal. You tear it up to make a deal.
Well, the claim was that Iran was not following that Obama deal.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You just tear up the deal. You don't use the deal to come in as a new administration and go in and say, okay, now we're going to take the NATO inspectors and everything, and I'm Trump, and I'm coming in, and guess what? We're going to inspect it. We're going to do everything. You claim You're making another deal. You cut out every other NATO country. You claim you're gonna make another deal. Then you don't make the deal, and then you just attack without even letting other countries know.
Yeah.
So what's the point in tearing up the damn deal?
Well, listen, I think that Trump.
And then not only that, you say, well, we're working on a deal. Give me a fucking break, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and he's already given Iran 48 hours, which I think is down to about 11 hours or so now. That if they don't make a deal, he's going to bomb them to the Stone Age. That's what's going on right now. But I agree with you, because the first thing I'm going to say is, why would Iran make a deal with Trump at this point? I mean, yeah, he doesn't come across as somebody that's going to honor the deal to begin with.
Yeah, they're not going to make a deal. And we're going to end up bombing the shit out of them again.
Wow. So what is the end game? What is the end game? What do you think we're going to actually achieve when all is said and done?
I just think we're eventually just going to bomb them some more, and then we're probably he's going to pull out clean victory.
Regime change? Are we going to get regime change like he asked? Regime change that he has say so in?
Absolutely not, because you can't. Okay, so let's say that the Ayatollah son is not running anything, and then they're gonna prop up. So they prop up this prime minister, who is the last person I heard. You know, he was a leader of the IRG, right?
Really?
So yeah. So that's the guy we're gonna trust now. Come on, man.
So you're basically saying, realizing that it's a no-sum game, the Trump administration is just going to eventually just declare victory as an excuse to get out of there.
Absolutely.
I believe that. I actually do believe that, because I don't think the Iranian people are ever going to bend to our will, like he's saying. And unless you just want to slaughter them all, I suppose we could kill them. We could kill them into submission.
And one thing I want to say. I want to say this on your airways to whether you're Republican, whether you're MAGA, whether you're Democrat. Look, please pray for our soldiers. I've served. I've been through the Straits of Hormuz. I've been in Bahrain. Hey, Iran can't touch us over here, but our service members are definitely in grave danger. So please pray for them.
Appreciate your service. And I've heard, because, the Trump administration is making it look like we're just kicking ass and it's a cakewalk, until yesterday when they took down 3 aircraft. But I've heard that the Iranians, via their drones and some of their missiles, have rendered like 13 military bases pretty much uninhabitable.
Yeah, it's they can control a lot of stuff over there that we can't. I mean, here at home we're going to be fine, other than the homegrown terrorists. But those service members, men and women, they are in a lot of danger.
So he may have, by starting this conflict, may have taken Americans here that were totally safe and out of range and literally put them in a danger zone.
Absolutely. You're fighting the enemy in their own house. It's if you don't have a plan, you're not in a good space.
Well, let's hope that our president has a plan. Let's just hope that he has a plan, Coach. Appreciate you coming on, man. As always, thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you for your service. Moving on, tap the screen, get us up to 120. Can we make that happen? Some of you folks that are here, appreciate the several hundred of you that are tuned in across the platforms. Feel free to tap the screen, get us up to 120 if you will. If you're watching on YouTube, smash that like button. Doesn't matter what side of the political aisle you're on. We believe in free, uncensored speech. You can be critical of anybody, including me, on the program. That's how we do it. So looking in the comments, and I do need you to smash that like button. It helps out the algorithm for my YouTube viewers. It doesn't cost you a dime, but certainly do that if you will. Mr. G stated, if these maggots, I'm assuming he's talking about patriotic MAGA voters. He says, it's amazing these maggots say if you don't like politics, you don't like the country and need to leave. But if you don't like the politics, they just don't like the politics, but should move on, or should have left on January 6th. Now, the wording in that, a little bit off, but I know what he's saying. The point is, why are folks only suggesting that if you don't like the country, you need to leave when the criticism is directed at Republicans and Trump? Fact is, President Trump was consistently criticizing the country and the president under Biden and Obama. In fact, he's still doing it. He's still doing it. Remember, he's saying now that he's president, we're the hottest country on earth. But under Biden, we were dilapidated. We were the laughing stock. According to MAGA, then he should have just left, right? According to MAGA, he wasn't happy here in America. He should have just left. So that is a good point to make. Why is it that all, because look, when Biden was president, you had to write putting stickers on gas pumps. I did that. Stickers on grocery shelves where the groceries were very high. I did. Why didn't you just leave? Why didn't you stay? You thought LGBTQ and boys were playing sports with girls and infiltrating every damn thing? Christianity was being taken away. People were disrespecting the anthem. Why didn't you just leave? That is a legitimate question to be asked. Is it only time to leave when your particular politician is being criticized? But when your guy is doing it, it's totally okay? I heard a lot of criticism of America under Trump and by Trump. So I'll continue by saying, why didn't you just leave? All the red hats should have been in Europe, Argentina somewhere. Why didn't you leave? So looking in the comments real quick, and thank you, Mr. G, for that great point. Tim, can we talk about the anti-Catholic campaign by Hegseth via the Pentagon? I've heard that. When Steve Bannon said flood the zone, he meant it. There's so much going on, it's impossible to talk about all of it. That'll probably end up being on another show, but I am aware of what you're talking about. It's impossible to cover all of it because every day something new is happening. I can take a break, take a day off, maybe 2 days off. And when I come back, I usually get so many subjects I can't cover them all in one show. I normally do about 3 topics per show. Today we just did the one, but normally we do about 3 topics per show. If I take a couple of days off, I can come back with like 9 or 10 different things that have happened in that 2-day span. Trump is a busy, busy man. He is by far the most busiest president we've ever had in this country. Maybe you don't favor everything he's doing. Maybe you don't favor everything he's saying, but he is doing and saying a lot constantly. Now, as I just stated, we got about 12 hours, not even, probably about 10 now, because it was about 12 when I started. We got about 10 hours before the threat Trump made to Iran elapses, which is if they don't negotiate, some serious bombing is going to take place. He's talking about bombing them to the Stone Age or whatever. I don't know how much bombing we're going to do of Iran, but I think they got about 10 hours to that threat expires. In fact, Fox was showing it earlier. I don't see it. They had a counter on there, was doing a countdown. Anyway, look it in the comments. So like I said, there's so much going on. It's hard to keep track. He does a lot. You say he's bluffing, Hunt Travelman. You think he would continue bluffing even though we got a missing airman over there? I'll say this. You can't go apeshit bombing Iran when you still have ongoing rescue missions. We got a down pilot over there. I suppose you could bomb other areas because there's only a certain area he's going to be in. I mean, you know that he hasn't, he's on foot or whatever the case may be. Who knows? But yeah, Trump made a huge threat, so we'll see what happens. He seems to enjoy bombing Iran. I don't know. Looking in the comments, airman was just rescued. Was the second one? No, I'm literally looking at it says replay, but it says the crew member is still missing. You saying the second airman was rescued? Has anybody heard that? Somebody, yes or no in the comments, has anybody heard that it was an F-15 that went down, 2, one was a navigator and one was a pilot. They've rescued the pilot, Someone is suggesting that the navigator was rescued. Has anybody else heard that? I see somebody says yes, they are all safe. Where are you hearing that? King Finn said Iran said they got him. You got somebody got to be trolling here. Hold on a second. Now you got me one. Let me turn on Fox, because Fox News would be celebrating that shit right away. If they actually found the pilot and he's now in U.S. custody, Fox News would be the first in defense of Trump to break that story. I have not heard of that. Looks like Greg Gutfeld is on, but that would preempt Greg Gutfeld. Let me look in the comments real quick before I continue. Jason Fleming on Substack says, I consider it being a win if it looks, let me see, missing U.S. weapons system officer West rescued in Iran. That is the ticker that's on the bottom of Fox News right now. It says missing U.S. weapons system officer rescued in Iran after F-15 jet downed. So he has been rescued. He has been rescued. Wow. That puts Trump in a better light, would you say? So they've gotten both of the F-15 operators back. Takesha says, I don't trust Fox. Look, Fox News is a propaganda arm for the Republican Party. I'm not going to deny that, but I don't believe they're lying on this. I think this is probably true. It says, missing U.S. weapons system officer rescued in Iran after F-15 jet downed. Wow. Kind of reminds me of the movie Behind Enemy Lines, Owen Wilson and all the stuff he had to do to get rescued. They made him run for miles to find a good LZ, a good landing zone. Then he got there and had to, travel some more. I mean, this guy's obviously got radio equipment and shit like that. He was trying to kind of really, my guess, we'll end up hearing about it because Trump is going to want to get as much credit as possible for this. So you might see him at the next State of the Union address or something like that. But you'll hear his story. You'll end up hearing what he went through and how he had to avoid enemies and shit like that. And I did hear somebody on one of the programs before state, get us up to 120. We'll take the next call or tap the screen on TikTok. You did hear I did hear one of the analysts on one of the channels state that through the back channels, he heard that there were boots on the ground in Iran looking for this missing airman, and that they had gotten in some gunfights with Iranians, and it didn't turn out well for the Iranians. Because everybody knew where this plane had went down. And if this guy's on foot, he can only, he can't be no more than a few miles at most from here. He's on foot. So you're going to have people swarm the area. Certainly when Iran was offering like $60,000 as a reward for turning them in. But yeah, I heard it. I heard one of the military guys on one of these cable news outlets said that through the back channels he heard, we had boots on the ground in Iran, and they had got into some gunfights with some of the Iranians, and it didn't turn out good for the Iranians. So they probably were coming in. They were probably looking for him. The WSO has not been recurred. So you're saying he has not? Well, Fox News is announcing he has been recovered. So I tend to think what they're saying here is true. Because if that individual was found, Trump wants that to be known. So it wouldn't surprise me if Trump picked up the phone and called Fox personally to make sure they got the story out first and got it on the air. I believe that he's been found until I see otherwise. Rumor in the mill says Trump is at Walter Reed. Hope the McDonald's works this time. Mr. G, I have not heard that. I have not heard confirmation, even though I've had probably a dozen viewers suggest that Trump is currently in the hospital. I have not heard that yet. Let me go back. Are we at 120? Tap the screen, get the likes on up. We'll go back to the box. Is that my reaction now? He's still in Iran trying to get out of the country. So Fox News is just lying? Takesha, good evening.
There's your station. You need
It's not my station.
You believe Fox? We don't watch Fox News because they got sued for lying because that's all they do. I'll wait on another confirmation because I don't know why you so hyped up on Fox News with they lying, ugly, overrated self. Now, anyway.
Wait. What's wrong with being hyped up if an American serviceman has been rescued?
I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about hyped off of Fox. You always want to talk about what Fox News said, what they lying behind. Child, please, that's your station. We don't want to hear nothing from Fox. We want to hear confirmation from other people until we get excited because we don't want to put our hope and get excited and that man ain't been found. Give me some more people that said it besides Fox News.
Is this not on any other network right now? Let me turn on some of the other.
I ain't seen it.
Huh. Because Fox is absolutely saying he's been rescued. That would be interesting if Fox is the only one saying it. It's got to be somewhere else. Let me turn on some other network. So you just believe Fox is just lying, huh?
I just need somebody else to say it, Tim. I'm sorry.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. Fox has been caught telling some lies. So
some lies.
A couple.
Anyway, that's why you don't know nothing. Iran came back after Trump made that threat. And at the end, Trump said, glory to God. Iran came back and said that they was gonna destroy something, and at the end, get what they said? What? Glory be to God. I was so weak, man. I was so weak, Tim.
Yeah, the Lego trolling videos, they trolling him. They trolling him.
Tim, when I tell you that Hegseth Lego video is so fire, and the one LOSCR, man, they been making some good videos. I ain't gonna even lie. I'm not on Iran's side, but they trolling is second to none, Tim.
But how do you respond to folks who do suggest that if you're criticizing Trump in favor of Iran, you are somehow sympathizing with Iran?
I don't give a damn. I don't care. I don't care, Tim. I don't care. So what?
You're not siding with the enemy, are you?
No, they are when they say we over there trying to free the people. Until they can stop saying we in Iran trying to free the Iranian people, that means they are siding with them. Tell them to leave me alone. Don't say nothing to me. I'm not the one over there making excuses as to why we over there freeing the Iranian people. I ain't saying nothing about that. That's them.
So why do you think we're in Iran?
They want some oil. Let me tell you what Trump messed up at. See, Iran, they bent the knee the first time. They made him think they was weak and wasn't gonna do nothing if he, when he came over there. When he obliterated.
They can't do shit. If we only attack them from the air, they really can't do much.
Okay, but you ain't understanding. Trump say he obliterated everything. They didn't come back and say nothing. They let him go on about his business.
True.
That man said, this time we prepared. We learned from the last time, and we ready this time. He thought he was going to go back over there, and the same thing was going to happen to him. But it didn't. So now he putting our servicemen in danger. We got a whole fool that's the Secretary of War that don't know what he doing. He just keep saying all this hateful rhetoric and putting our people in danger because he think this a video game. He think he playing Nintendo.
What about the claims that this country was on the cusp of becoming a nuclear nation and Americans are safer? Americans are safer because of what Trump is doing.
Tim, you obliterated their capabilities. You mean to tell me they built a nuclear weapon in 2 months, Tim?
That's what Netanyahu says.
Tim, who believes Benjamin Netanyahu?
Well, apparently Trump.
And he was the only one. Nobody else believed anything Benjamin saying. Benjamin been saying that for so long, Tim, till I could have built one and had one on the market. As long as Benjamin Netanyahu been saying that. Cut it out, Tim, okay?
Stop. Is it impossible that it could have been happening, though?
It's very impossible. And let me tell that man, because that man, thank you for your service, the man that just left, but let me get on you. There was nothing wrong with that deal that President Obama made.
The Iran deal.
They were complying with everything that was in that deal. People were keeping tabs on them, and they were not doing what they were not supposed to be doing. So stop it.
So why do you think? So you think Trump just lied for what reason?
Because they had Barack Obama name on it.
And one thing I want to say in regards to our beginning conversation, because I've been scrolling through networks while we've been talking. It is odd that I can't find any other networks saying.
Anyway, let me
I can't find any network that said this guy's been rescued but Fox. Why is that?
Let me finish talking, because you play too much. Listen.
It's weird. It's just weird.
Ain't nothing weird but the fact that you believe them. Listen to them. They might be talking about the pilot. You just never know. But listen.
I mean, it's big news right now on Fox, and none of the other networks are even talking about it. That should be a huge story, even this late at night. I mean, they got Easter shit on. They're talking about, 10 Commandments and shit.
Damn. You said scrolling at the bottom of Fox.
It's big news. It's a big story on Fox. It's the ticker and everything. It's a big story on Fox, and it's not being covered by anybody else on any of the other networks. I don't get that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know it ain't, but listen to him. Check this out. President Obama left a pandemic playbook. Trump threw it out. President Obama left a pandemic team. Trump got rid of it. President Obama had his, the health care. Donald Trump trying to get rid of it. He don't want nothing President Obama accomplished, because he don't even want the man to have even been the president of the United States.
So what do you say?
Of course he gonna lie that the deal wasn't good, but you went in there and got rid of the deal, and now we ain't got nothing.
You make it sound like he just hating on Obama for the sake of hating on him.
He hating on him because he jealous of him.
What would he be jealous of? He's president too.
He always been jealous of him, just like he told that lie that his doctor said that he was in better shape than President Obama. Stop it, Tim.
He's richer than Obama. He himself is serving 2 terms. What is he jealous of?
Tim, I keep telling you, money ain't everything, baby.
What does Obama? Hold on. What does Obama have that Trump doesn't?
Charisma.
Charisma.
He fine. He cute. He black.
Trump wants to be black.
That walk. The stamina. Obama. Baby, please, Tim. I'm jealous of Obama, okay? Come on. Look at Donald Trump and look at Barack Obama.
Well, let's be clear. Trump is 80 years old. When Trump was younger,
I wouldn't care if Trump was 50. When Trump was young, he still couldn't compare to Barack Obama.
When Trump was young, women found him attractive.
He didn't look like nothing. He looked like Gomer Pyle.
No, he didn't. Women,
man, please.
Women.
Trump, he might have looked good to you, but he ain't look good to me, and I'm a woman.
Women found him attractive.
There was nothing good looking about Donald Trump.
All right, you sure it's not you just not liking the guy, because women were.
The man was not good looking then, and he doggone sure ain't good looking now. Obama was good looking young, and even with the pepper and salt hair, Obama is still the man now. Even that walk, the way he stride, the way he smile, he ain't got to put no tan on. He ain't got to put no paint on. He got his real hair. He ain't walking like the hunchback of Notre Dame. The man got it going on.
Oh my Lord. So you kind of remind me of Biden walk softly and carry a big stick. So I don't know. Like I said, the man was hanging around the Playboy Mansion and everything. Trump. Okay, wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Now, BBC, I don't know what it's about to say. Yeah, BBC has now just announced, breaking news, 2nd U.S. fighter rescued. It's on BBC now.
Okay, well, we praise and we thank the Lord for that, because we had to hear from somebody besides Fox News.
Okay. And by the way, BBC is saying they got the story from CBS. So there you go. There you go.
Okay, well, we thank the Lord that he been rescued. Thank you, Lord. I give a credit to who the credit is due, and that's the Lord up above. But anyway, let me say this. What's going on is a tragedy, especially for the people in Cuba. You got to be a low-down, hateful person
Well, them folks ain't got no electricity. Handsome liberal. They can't cool off. They can't cook. They can't even see. That is cruel and unusual punishment. Those people don't deserve that, Tim. What I'm really embarrassed at the United States, and I'm just being honest. We are not this great nation that people portray us to be. We are hateful. We are entitled. We're selfish. We are bullies, and it has to stop. We are not the land of the free, the home of the brave. We're the home of the bullies and the uncaring. The way we treat other people is disgusting.
Well, I mean, listen.
What did those people in Cuba do to deserve that, Hanson?
I wish I had an answer because I'm with you. I don't know why we would put them in the dark.
They don't have an answer either. They just being cruel because Marco Rubio wants Cuba. That's all that's about. That's all he talks about. Cuba, Cuba, Cuba. Go over there and live, Marco Rubio. Just go on over there.
I wish I had an answer for that. I do not know what Cuba has done to America to warrant. Whoa, who just did that? I didn't see that. I don't know what Cuba has done to America to warrant putting them in darkness. Is that? Oh, he said that to you. I thought he was trying to come up and talk to you. Okay, he said that to you. He said that to you because we do have the galaxy where you can sit a galaxy and talk to the person if you don't think they're speaking correct.
Thank you, whoever sent that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's cruel, Tim. I couldn't have the heart to do nobody like that. I don't care. It's hateful and it's heartless. It really is. It really make you cry when you think about it. Think about you just over in the dark. Just think about it, Tim.
Yeah, I brought it up because they can't refrigerate their food. You know, medical devices and stuff like that are not able to be. I mean, people are dying. Yeah, he's killing people with that. He's killing Cubans with that. That's guaranteed.
And for what, Tim?
I don't have an answer for that.
This administration is cruel. Nebuchadnezzar at work. And the people that's supposed to be such Christians to think that this is okay, I am ashamed of y'all. Like Paula White with that foolishness, trying to compare Trump to Jesus. She gonna be on the first flight to hell with gasoline drawers on.
Oh my God!
Absolutely right. He's absolutely right. We are the hottest country because we closer than hell than we ever have been. Jesus. And Satan is running the country. Have a good night, Tim.
Takesha, thank you for coming through. That doesn't make me smile at all to hear how horrible that is, but thank you for coming through. Appreciate it. All right, looking in the comments, wow. We are going to be the hottest country because we are that much closer to hell, says my last caller. Yikes. Damn. Anyway, looking in the comments, Cuba was run by a dictator and now y'all are bitching. Well, a lot of countries are ran by a dictator. What are we going to do? Go around the world killing the citizens of countries that are ran by dictators, putting them in the dark, maybe cut off their water supply? Is that what I mean? Okay, Cuba's ran by a dictator. Whole lot of countries on the continent of Africa are ran by dictators. Viktor Orban, who Trump is favorable to, runs Hungary. He's a dictator. The guy that's down there in El Salvador, over CCOT, that guy is a dictator. So what are you suggesting? It's America's job now to go around the world ousting dictators by punishing the citizens of these countries, cutting off the infrastructure. I don't know what the goal of that is. Yeah, Cuba is ran by a dictator. I don't disagree with that, but what does they got to do with us? Here's what I don't get. The same shit about the Iranian people, the protesters are being taken out by their own Ayatollah, whatever, and we're going to be there to so-called rescue the protesters if they'll just rise up against their own country. This is the same story we gave about Maduro in Venezuela. We're there to help the citizens. I say it's all bullshit. We have deported Venezuelans right back into that oppressive government in Venezuela. We are currently deporting Cubans right back into that oppressive government in Cuba. You think if any Iranians wanted to claim asylum here, we would let them stay? So we don't care about them. We will talk about how awful their dictatorship is or how bad their country is, but we will happily deport people right back into that. So the idea that we're trying to help out citizens is bullshit. It's bullshit. We're using the plight of citizens as a measure to tug at your heartstrings to support the president going into these countries. And then once he gets into the country, he totally strays away from that whole notion to begin with. Because that never was the goal. I mean, it was all about fentanyl with Venezuela, remember? We had to stop them from sending fentanyl over here. You heard about how many American citizens were being killed by it and the Venezuelan drug boats. Once we did what we wanted to do in Venezuela, have you heard them talking anything about fentanyl anymore? You think it's still not a problem in America? You think the problem went away because we bombed like 12 drug boats? You think $1 billion industry or probably $1 trillion industry like that, you think it went away because we bombed a few drug boats? Never was the goal. That was never what it was about. And in the comments, Elon82 or somebody, Elonel or whatever, or Donnell, whatever it says, he says not as big. You think the fentanyl trade in America has been reduced to the point where anybody that wants fentanyl can't get it? You think it's a drought on the street? Nobody can get this product anymore? I don't believe what Trump did in Venezuela affected the fentanyl trade in America to any significance at all. I doubt if it even made the cost of a dose go up. Because Venezuela was not the number one producer of this shit to begin with. It's China. A lot of this shit come from the other countries that border Venezuela. So it didn't change much of an issue. And I see in the comments, Rabbi or whatever says, the prices went up. And if you're hooked on fentanyl, heroin, or any other substance, and the price goes up, okay, so I commit more crimes to get the drugs I need. At the end of the day, it's like medicine to them. Raising the price up is not going to stop anybody from using it. It'll just make them break into more cars or sell their bodies more or whatever. They're still going to get the shit. So the point I'm making is Trump didn't do anything to hurt the fentanyl trade in America. If anything, if what you're saying is true, where the price went up, then he just made the ones who are currently still dealing wealthier because now they're charging more for the shit. He didn't hurt the fentanyl trade in America whatsoever. There's no drought on the street for fentanyl. But the point I'm making is once he went into Venezuela, done what he needed to do there, you don't hear him talking about going after fentanyl anymore, even though there's a host of other countries south of the border that deals with that shit. You didn't hear him say nothing else about fentanyl once he got rid of Maduro, because it wasn't about fentanyl. It was about doing what he wanted to do in Venezuela. And that's what's happening in Iran. Now that he is in Iran, you don't hear him saying nothing about liberating citizens or any of that shit anymore. In fact, he's talking about cutting off their water supply and putting them in the dark just like Cuba. He's coming up with these reasons that tugs at the heartstrings of Americans to somewhat give him a little bit of support to go into these countries. And then once he's in the country, he goes and does what he really is there for. It helps to get somewhat of your authorization to do it. But he's not. We are deporting way too many people, rejecting far too many asylum claims for anybody to believe we legitimately care about citizens that are struggling anywhere in the world. Cutting off USAID was one of the first things we did. That was providing medical supplies and medical treatment to third world countries. We cut off USAID, and then we banned every third world country on earth from being able to migrate to America. But yet, this is the country that cares about citizens struggling abroad. We've been able to convince people that we actually care. Everything we're doing shows we do not care. We got poor, impoverished citizens in this country that we're referring to as garbage. But yet we're supposed to believe we care about them. But it does seem to work on some people. I will say it does seem to work on some people. Trump lawyers couldn't ask a simple question on Native Americans as citizens of, you mean he couldn't answer? Yeah. I'm just going to tell you, I think the evidence that we do not care about the poor and struggling citizens is overwhelming. I don't think we even care about the poor Americans that are in this country. Trump campaigned on America first. Give me some examples of what he's been doing that puts struggling Americans first over everything else. I don't see it. Even if you like Trump, you're probably going to have a hard time seeing that. I mean, I'm seeing more of him getting ballrooms, him getting his name on money, him getting his names on memorials, him trying to be, he's getting all of this shit. Not the Americans. Look at all the stuff he's gotten. He's had a military parade. He's gotten a jet from Qatar. He's gotten a ballroom. Now, some of this stuff is not at the expense of taxpayers, according to Trump, but you finding all these taxpayers that are willing to fork over millions of dollars to do shit for you. Why don't you convince them to help out some poor Americans? You already got a bunch of money. You got people living on the streets and you getting a ballroom for millions of dollars. And they're willing to chip in and give you all these millions and you just keeping it. Remember, this was the guy that's not collecting a salary. He don't need the money. He sure seems to be taking it. So I'm just simply saying, where's the America first in that? You are so popular. You got people that are willing to just give you millions of dollars scot-free. Why don't you pass some of that on to some of your poor fellow Americans that don't have health care, that don't have a job, don't even have a house? Why don't you pass some of it down? If you can get that many big wigs to donate money, why are you keeping it all? Somebody explain that to me. Sleepy Joe was better than fraudulent Trump, says much better. Damn. Yes, you bought the hat and bought into his bullshit by buying that. Listen, at the end of the day, I will admit, I believed some of the things Trump said. I actually believed he could end the Ukrainian war with Russia pretty quickly because I thought he had a really good relationship with Putin. So I actually did believe he could convince Putin to back off on the Ukraine. I did not think this would go as bad as this went. Now, some of the other stuff I wasn't buying. You know, he's made some other promises that I wasn't buying, but that absolutely is one I thought he could pull off. He's had a very favorable relationship with Putin in his life as a citizen. I thought, yeah, he probably could convince that man to back off on the Ukraine. I didn't think that would go anywhere near as bad as this went. And he even stopped helping the Ukrainians out. Putin has kept going the whole time. So, yeah, that one I absolutely thought he would do better on. He really, really failed that. And I was certainly singing the praises of Trump, thinking he would end that. You have to see California. You know the pandemic of the drugs was at the highest in the late 60s to the early 80s. Yeah, but it ain't just California, despite what many folks on the right say. People getting high and getting fucked up in every city. I think the difference between Republican cities and liberal cities is you can see a lot more of the misery in liberal cities because they just have a bigger population. More people are together. But if you go in Republican areas, you know, in the backwoods and, you know, you go on them back roads and shit, it might just be a few trailer parks sporadically out, but they're living dirt poor. Some of them are damn near homeless. There's meth labs, and it just ain't a bunch of them in one easy location. You're not going to drive down the block and see thousands of people where you can point out all the poverty. But the ones you're passing in rural Arkansas, rural Louisiana, they're pretty fucking poor. And many of them are hooked on drugs and substances and all of that stuff. It's just, they're just spread out more. But you're not going to leave the problems of California and find a sanctuary in rural Arkansas. It's pretty fucking bad there too. In fact, there's less opportunities to correct it. But they don't cover that in the right-wing media. So it is what it is. I don't think we're going to get to 120. So I will say I appreciate you folks with the 117. Thank you for supporting the live. As always, tap the screen. Or better yet, follow the program if you're watching on Instagram, Substack, or TikTok. We're here most weekdays. We don't block, ban, or censor. And until then, we'll see you folks. We may do a live tomorrow, with it being Easter. We may do that. Nevertheless, we'll certainly be here Monday for sure. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Feel free to follow the program. Big Dog, thank you for showing support. Catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you. And thank you folks on YouTube as well. We out. Catch you later.